I'm sorry for the delay. We're waiting for my ranking member. Good morning. I call this meeting to order. Let me start by asking unanimous consent that the chair be authorized to declare a recess during today's hearing, and without objection, so ordered. I also ask unanimous consent that the committee members not on the subcommittee be permitted to sit with the subcommittees at today's hearing and ask questions, and without objection, so ordered. Last month, we welcomed Secretary James and General Semonite, Army Corps, to testify on the chief's reports and other projects that have been submitted to Congress and awaiting authorization. To date, we have 18 chief's reports, 10 directors' reports already submitted. We expect the Corps 7001 report shortly for 2020, and several more chief's reports through the spring. Today, we welcome members of the House who join us to present their core priorities that could be considered for WRDA. The Army Corps of Engineers is the largest water manager in the nation. The scope and depth of their work impacts every part of this country. And the testimony we received today will help inform us on what matters most to our colleagues as we move forward in drafting legislation. WRDA has become a product of its own success. Our constituents demand and expect that we move forward in developing this legislation every Congress, and I look forward to working with all of you in enacting a fourth consecutive WRDA. Thank you to all members who have made time to come before the committee today, and I look forward to your testimony. And at this time, he's not here yet. I recognize Mr. Facio.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for convening this. We want to hear today from members on the needs of their districts. Nationwide, we have phenomenal needs in terms of our maritime transport, whether we're talking about inland waterways or our coastal harbors and ports. As you know, one of my highest priorities is to unlock the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. We've been collecting a tax since the Reagan era to maintain our coastal ports and for dredging and jetties and other necessary work. And Congress has been diverting part of the funds over that time period. We have about $10 billion on deposit. And I'm pleased that earlier this year, as a suspension bill with nearly 300 votes, bipartisan, we passed a bill to unlock the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. Of course, as usual, there has been no activity on the Senate side. Senator Shelby engaged me in a conversation during the budget talks, and he really, really wants to do it, but he's only chair of the Appropriations Committee, so somehow he can't do it over there. So we will put that in the WRDA bill, which should move in the Senate. And hopefully, when we bring up the WRDA bill, Republican leader McCarthy will not oppose it because of that inclusion. He opposed unlocking the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund for some odd reason when it was on the floor, which is not clear to me. But we rolled him pretty good. So, I'm pleased to be here today and pleased to hear from members. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Fazio. Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, and good morning. I'd like to welcome members of Congress from the committee here today to share their priorities for an upcoming Water Resources Development Act. As you know, the foundation of WRDA bills is to authorize Army Corps Civil Works projects and to study recommendations that have been delivered to Congress since the last WRDA was signed into law. And as we've already heard, we know that in this case that was the 2018 WRDA law. Each one of those projects was proposed by non-federal interests in cooperation and consultation with the Corps. All the reports, while tailored to meet locally developed needs, have national and regional economic and environmental benefits. But equally important are the priorities and support from both a project and policy standpoint that members bring before the committee. That's why I'm glad to see such a robust participation here today. Since 2014, a WRDA bill has been passed every 2 years on a bipartisan basis. We expect to continue that strong tradition of bipartisanship in 2020. I look forward to working with my fellow colleagues to develop and pass this important legislation over the next several months, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Now, the members appearing before the subcommittee today will have 5 minutes to give the oral testimony, and their written statements will be made part of the formal hearing record. And given the number, at last count it was 68, number of members appearing before the committee today, and out of consideration for our colleagues' time, I ask unanimous consent that members of this committee be given 2 minutes each to question our members if they have questions following their statements. However, if you don't use your time, thank you very much. Without objection, so ordered. And without objection, our witnesses' full statements will be included in the record. Since your written testimony has been made part of the record, the committee requests that you limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes each. And with that, we'll start with Mr. First witness, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Roger Marshall. You're on, sir.
Chairwoman Napolitano, Ranking Member Westerman, and Chairman DeFazio, as well as other members of this subcommittee, good morning and thank you. I'm honored for the opportunity to highlight some of the needs facing Kansas as you consider the upcoming Water Resources Development Package. The Water Resource Development Act represents Congress' continued investment in vital infrastructure projects across the country, ensuring that our communities have access to reliable sources of water, not just for farming or recreation, but also contributing to the health and wellness of our cities and towns. In Kansas, the spring of 2019 was one of the wettest on record, where an excessive flooding along the Missouri River, which forms part of the boundary, part of the border between Kansas and Missouri, resulted in a major disaster declaration for nearly half of the state of Kansas. During the spring and early summer, I managed to get to all 105 counties in Kansas. The northern third of the state was basically underwater. Hundreds of thousands of acres of cornfields, soybean fields were literally in 6 to 8 foot of water, and the same could be said for southeast Kansas. Additionally, for cities like Manhattan, which has been partnering with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to raise the levees north of town, that excess water brought the river systems and reservoirs within an inch, literally an inch, of breaching their banks. This threatened more than 1,600 acres of urban, industrial, commercial, public, and residential development in and around Manhattan, Kansas, highlighting the need for continued investments and progress in raising the existing levee systems. Now, Manhattan wasn't the only community impacted by the flooding of 2019. Municipalities from Kansas City to Garden City felt the effects. As we continue to make repairs from 2019 floods, we are also making preparations for the future, and 2020 is unfortunately projected to be another wet year. It's imperative that the Army Corps make every effort to work with farmers and landowners on cleanup and future flood mitigation efforts. Most farmers and landowners know the land better than the Army Corps officials, and they would appreciate the opportunity to be part of a mitigation and rebuilding efforts. Too often, in my town halls, I'm told that the Army Corps personnel do not consult with landowners during these processes, and their recommendations place cumbersome requirements on landowners that often prove ineffective. Beyond encouraging greater coordination with farmers and landowners, I'd also encourage collaboration between agencies. Recently, the Army Corps of Engineers announced a joint commitment to water infrastructure with the Bureau of Reclamation. In addition to water quantity issues, I suggest this working group consider critical water quality issues as well. Partnerships such as this bring together a wide array of tools aimed at improving water resource management and environmental protection. As we continue to utilize programs that span multiple federal agencies, we need to encourage communication and coordination so that projects can be implemented efficiently. While not in my district, the Port of Catoosa, located in Tulsa, Oklahoma, is essential to the flow of agriculture products in and out of Kansas. However, this port is in need of major maintenance and dredging. I encourage the committee to prioritize this important infrastructure project, ensuring that the products grown or manufactured in Kansas can make it quickly and efficiently to market. Water infrastructure is of vital importance to my district, whether through availability of quality water sources or upgrading the aging water towers, levees, and dams across our state. I appreciate the opportunity to highlight some of these priorities I've heard back in Kansas and yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience, for your testimony. Does any member, do you have any questions of him?
Thank you.
With that, we thank you for your testimony, and we now recognize Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano and Republican Leader Westerman, for holding this hearing to discuss WRDA priorities for non-committee members. I'd like to take this opportunity to discuss potential improvements to this year's WRDA that would positively impact projects located in the district I represent in Central Texas. Specifically, McLennan County, home to almost 250,000 Texans, has two projects that fall within federal jurisdiction and the purview of WRDA. With a few changes to the statutory language, these projects would have a more streamlined, proactively managed approach to avoid potentially catastrophic mishaps. If these projects do not receive federal attention, they may end up costing the federal government a substantial amount of funding in reconstruction and emergency response. The first issue I'd like to discuss is erosion and instability of Lakeshore Drive along Lake Waco, a Corps of Engineers property. This road is unstable and presents serious risk of landslides and slope failures. These infrastructure failures would result in flood risk, devastation in local water quality, and significant reclamation cost. Recent engineering reports done by the City of Waco confirmed that the entire embankment of Lake Waco on which Lakeshore Drive is located is unstable, presents landslide risk, and potential catastrophic failure. The city continues to make repairs to Lakeshore Drive, but the instability of the embankment owned by the Corps of Engineers will continue to endanger Lake Waco and public welfare. Mitigating potential disaster on such a project would directly support the mission of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which includes managing flood risk and providing environmental stewardship. I've been working with local officials and the Corps to address this issue for over 4 years, continuing dialogue between stakeholders to reiterate the importance of Lake Wakeshore Drive to the greater Waco area. In this regard, I secured Appropriations Committee support language in FY18 to highlight the importance of this project, but the project still lacks proper statutory authority for the Corps to address the embankment issue under Lakeshore Drive. It's my understanding that the City of Waco is more than willing and able to work with the Corps to address these problems in a cost-efficient manner. To that end, I request the inclusion of a number of cost-effective and efficient additions to the 2020 WRDA that would enhance core existing continuing authority projects and better utilize partnerships with non-federal entities. Specifically, I ask support to first reauthorize Section 1043 of the 2014 WRDA for the non-federal implementation pilot program and to include language supporting core ability to apply it to continuing authority projects. Second, to amend Section 13 of the 1946 Flood Control Act to allow non-federal entities to receive in-kind credit for performing in advance of federal funding to offset non-federal share of project cost. And third, to extend the authority of the Corps to address issues of embankments on federal lands. And fourth, the inclusion of Lake Waco restoration, or Section 7001 of the 2014 WRDA, to clarify Corps authority in this regard. The next issue I'd like to address is arsenic levels in community drinking water systems in rural McLennan County. As the committee is aware, in 2001, the EPA lowered the safe drinking water maximum containment level standards for arsenic from 50 parts per billion to 10 parts per billion. Several groundwater systems in eastern McLennan County do not meet the EPA's revised arsenic MCL and will soon begin receiving fines of noncompliance. To solve this issue, the affected water systems are working with the City of Waco, Brazos River Authority, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, and EPA officials to find grants that are available to the state through the Texas State Drinking Water Revolving Fund. Should the committee consider any improvements or alterations to the State Drinking Water Revolving Fund at WRDA, I would encourage you to expand the program's flexibility to address the needs of rural water systems in times of changing administrative rulemaking actions, and to consider doing so in a way that does not add considerable financial burdens that disproportionately harm smaller water systems that don't have the financial capability to deal with the changing regulatory landscape. I do thank you for the opportunity to testify and your consideration of these important additions to WRDA. I yield back the balance of my time.
And now I will recognize our next witness, the Honorable Ed Case from Hawaii.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you very much for allowing me to share my thoughts on water resources development priorities that are important to both our nation and my home state of Hawaii. With Hawaii's unique reliance on ocean shipping as an island state and the growing challenges of changing Pacific weather patterns resulting in increasing flooding and coastal erosion, Hawaii needs U.S. Army Corps of Engineer assistance more than ever. I would like to highlight a few new studies and projects that are critical to protecting our economic lifeline to the world and vulnerable communities. The island of Oahu, which is where 70% of Hawaii's population live and where our nation's Indo-Pacific defense infrastructure is centered, has two critical ports. As the main port of Hawaii, Honolulu Harbor receives and distributes all overseas cargo shipments, constituting over 80% of all imports into the state, supports fishing operations and cruise ships, and handles federal maritime activity, including the U.S. Coast Guard's 14th District. The harbor, though, is in need of critical improvements. These modifications will improve transportation efficiency and lessen the impact of cross-channel currents, and we ask for your support. Kalailoa, Barbers Point Harbor, is equally important to Hawaii as it specializes in dry bulk and liquid bulk cargoes and provides space for ship maintenance and repair services that cannot fit in Honolulu Harbor. With increased congestion causing berthing conflicts between dry and liquid bulk shipments, the harbor facilities must be expanded, and we ask for your support. My state is also experiencing increased flooding from severe storms that place lives and property at extreme risk. For example, in April 2018, the islands of Oahu and Kauai were struck by heavy rains and wind. Kauai, in fact, received some 50 inches of rain in a single day, causing massive flooding with related landslides and leaving victims stranded, damaged or destroyed hundreds of houses, and caused millions of dollars in damage. These risks will likely continue to increase as we see increased hurricane activity in the Pacific and other weather changes. In this area, I'm seeking your support for the Wailupi Flood Risk Management Study, a new start critical to protecting the particularly exposed Ainahaina community in East Honolulu from flooding of Wailupi Stream. A 100-year flood of that stream would not only risk lives and widespread residential and commercial property damage, but would sever Kalanianaole Highway, which is the main and only artery around the island. Finally, accelerating coastal erosion is taking a mounting toll on our economy and infrastructure in Hawaii and other coastal states. In addition to widespread property destruction, Hawaii's economy relies heavily on tourism and beaches, and so shoreline erosion is additionally a direct threat to our main livelihood. There is a critical need overall for new studies and projects to mitigate these risks, not only in Hawaii, but across our country. Thank you very much for your time and your full consideration of these proposed studies and projects to address critical Hawaii concerns as this committee reauthorizes the Water Resources Development Act. I thank you and yield back.
Thank you for your testimony. Does any member wish to question Mr. Case? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Case. Now I'd like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman, Mr. Stoop from Florida, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member Westerman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the importance of the Water Resources Development Act and how this bill can most effectively address challenges in my district, the 17th District of Florida. I would like to start by applauding your efforts to develop and pass a new WRDA bill in the 116th Congress. As you know from my Florida colleagues on the committee, the Army Corps of Engineers is critical to our state. From restoration of the Everglades to management of Lake Okeechobee to port maintenance and development and beach restoration, the Army Corps is involved in many critical public work projects in our state. One area in which the Corps currently has less involvement in Florida is their environmental infrastructure program. This program could be an important tool to help improve the environment of Florida and maintain our economy. Therefore, I ask for the committee's support in continuing to fund this program. As many of you know, one of the greatest challenges for Florida's water quality is our aging septic tanks. These aging tanks are leaking into our water supply and severely compromising our water quality. To help mitigate this problem, I ask that we work together to amend an existing congressional authorization to support the ongoing efforts of Charlotte County to help transition the community from older, often failing septic systems to central sewer. The authorization amendment would help eliminate approximately 2,600 existing failing septic systems that are negatively affecting water quality in Charlotte Harbor National Estuary and the Gulf of Mexico, and is part of a much larger $400 million county project. This water quality initiative is a priority of mine, and I look forward to working with you on this while also trying more broadly to accelerate septic to sewer conversions throughout Florida. The amended Charlotte County authorization was included in the Senate version of WRDA 2018 before I came to Congress, but was unfortunately dropped in conference. I ask that you support this provision in the House version of WRDA 2020 and work to keep it in the final bill until it becomes law. Thank you for your efforts to develop and pass WRDA 2020 and for working with me and my office on this important septic to sewer initiative for Charlotte County. Water quality is a top priority of mine and incredibly important to my district and the state of Florida. I look forward to working with my colleagues to get the final Water Resources Development Act passed. I thank you for your time and I yield back.
Thank you for your testimony. Does any member the committee have a question? No? Thank you. I would now like to recognize our next witness, Mr. William Keating from Massachusetts, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Napolitano, Ranking Member Westerman. He and I began this whole congressional process early on with their first hearing, and they addressed the cost of doing nothing. And they specifically addressed the cost of doing nothing with the bridges, over 56,000 bridges that aren't functioning in our country. And I must tell you, I'm going to direct my remarks on what I think is Exhibit A of this. And the reason we're here, too, is because if the hearing room we're sitting in right now needed repair, whose responsibility would that be? It would be the federal government, because they own this building. And unlike so many other projects that we'll hear, so many other needs we'll hear in the next year, what's unique about this is the two bridges that connect the peninsula of Cape Cod to the rest of the mainland are owned by the U.S. government. They are U.S. assets. It's our responsibility to fix those the same way it is to fix any repairs here in this room. And that amounts to, the federal bridges are probably 1%, is a good estimate, of all our bridges are federal. Almost all of those are on federal land. This is uniquely the responsibility, the statutory responsibility of the Army Corps to fix it. Now, these were built around the WPA area, 85 years old now, and they're functionally obsolete. In fact, when they started out, there was 40,000 people, full-time population in that peninsula of Cape Cod, and now it's 250,000. There were 80,000 vehicle trips a month on average at that time. There are 3.4 million now. And what have we done to improve that? The U.S. government has done nothing in terms of delaying action to deal with it, and a responsibility they statutorily have themselves. So we're looking at the options, and the day of reckoning has arrived here in terms of this U.S. asset. That we're now at a stage of saying we either have to replace those bridges or go down the road of rehabbing them and repairing them. And what's that going to mean? 3.5 years to repair these bridges it would take. They would have to close off completely, just shut off the bridges for 10 months of that. They would have to close the lanes at least for an additional 28 months. When we just did some repair, the cost we're not talking about is just those lane closures that, in terms of weeks versus months, cost $30 million just when we did the last ones. That's in commerce that's there. So there's really a great need to address this. If we don't replace those bridges, they're going to have to be weight rated so that the truck containers that are on 46 tons usually, they couldn't go over it. And the ferries that connect the islands couldn't get those containers at that size onto the ferries, and people wouldn't be able to do this. And there's other U.S. assets at stake here. That is the only way that we connect to Joint Base Cape Cod. In the whole east coast of the United States, the PAPOD missile system detection, our radar for the whole east coast and beyond is in that base, Joint Base Cape Cod. They track the missiles that are there. They look for the defense. They track the space launches. They track the satellite movements that are there. They also have the 102nd Intelligence Unit is there doing 24/7 oversight over all our troop activities and any nuclear worldwide located there. The National Guard that came to the Boston Marathon bombing was there, able to be mobilized in that emergency. They would be cut off. And if we get a natural disaster, which we would in such a fragile area that sticks out and it's all coastal, we would be cut off without an escape route to deal with that. So the Coast Guard is also housed in that same facility that would be cut off, and they do about 200 search and rescue missions every year. So this is important in so many respects for the U.S. government's responsibility. It does make it different. We do have to act. And in fairness to the Army Corps, this would be such a huge part of the budget. We'll have to get creative, all of us, and work together. We've been working with the state government in that regard, and they're stepping up to the plate, helping us with the U.S. asset. I'd like to put it, if I could, to the committee, allow the Army Corps' Cape Cod Canal Highway Bridges Bourne and the Sagamore Bridges official evaluation report. It's a long time in coming. This will say the cost of not acting will cost more than the cost of acting. The cost of doing nothing is greater than the cost of doing something. So I thank you for allowing me to speak, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. We will enter it to the record. Thank you. Does any member of the committee wish to question? Thank you. That recognize our next witness is Ms. Gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Hayapal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to share how the 2020 Water Resources and Development Act reauthorization would benefit the people and the economy of the country in the context of the 7th Congressional District in the state of Washington. My district is growing rapidly. It is booming with innovation, with people, and with industry. It is a trade-dependent state that I live in, the state of Washington, and so our economy depends on keeping our region's cargo gateways competitive and building a strong maritime workforce and protecting what ecosystems that ensure our precious ocean species can thrive at all times. For that reason, I come to you with 2 elements that I am strongly urging the committee to include in the WRDA reauthorization bill. First, I represent the Port of Seattle. We believe it is time to comprehensively reform the harbor maintenance tax. The HMT, as you all know, is the single largest source of federal funding for coastal ports and waterways. But unfortunately, these funds are not going to their intended purpose. The HMT collects more revenue from shippers than Congress has appropriated to the Corps to maintain our harbors, with $9.3 billion in revenue sitting idle in the U.S. Treasury. I applaud this committee's efforts to ensure annual HMT revenues are fully spent through full utilization of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund Act, which passed the House last year. Fully using the tax is a no-brainer. However, right now, donor ports like the Port of Seattle are contributing far more to the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund than they receive back for maintenance. If we only ensure full use without equitably investing in donor and energy ports while protecting emerging ports and the Great Lakes, we do not fully address the unfair system that is endangering the long-term health of our nation's cargo gateway infrastructure. As an example of the current inequity, the 6 donor ports identified in the 2014 WRDA bill generated 53% of the harbor maintenance tax collections in 2017, but only received 3% in return. 3% in return. That means that the ports of Seattle and Tacoma receive only pennies for every HMT dollar generated. As a result, Puget Sound ports are losing out on cargo revenue to nearby ports in Canada, as documented by the Federal Maritime Commission. Congress should pass comprehensive HMT reform legislation that resolves the wide range of concerns that the nation's ports have about the HMT, and that should include dedicated funding for donor ports to ensure that we receive a fair return and minimum floors to protect emerging ports and the Great Lakes region. Second, I hope to work with the committee to improve the WRDA Section 214 program and further expedite reviews for mitigation bank applicants seeking to sell credits to other public entities. The Section 214 program helps expedite the Corps' review process as local public entities mitigate for impacts that their projects have on aquatic resources. However, this expedited program is only currently available to project sponsors in situations where a bank is used exclusively by the sponsor to meet its own mitigation requirements. If the sponsor sells any of the credits that it generates to another public entity, the expedited process cannot be used. Selling mitigation credits helps fund those habitat projects for mitigation banks, will lead to the creation of a better habitat more quickly. These outcomes clearly serve a public purpose, and we should allow public sector sponsors specifically to access that expedited process in these situations. For example, last summer, the Port of Seattle submitted an application to the Army Corps to establish a mitigation bank that would create 85 acres of new habitat that will support the recovery of Puget Sound's ESA-listed Chinook salmon and southern resident killer whales. The port was told that it would be 2 years before the Corps began its review of the application and probably 6 years until the review was complete. This is too long to wait. Because it plans to sell about 25% of the credits the bank will generate to other public entities in order to generate review for additional habitat development, the port cannot expedite its application under Section 214. And so I'm asking the committee to expand that expedited Section 214 review process for projects that serve the public good. In closing, Madam Chair, I commend the committee for continuing Congress's track record of regularly updating WRDA legislation, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And does any member of the committee wish to question? Nope. Thank you very much. I now to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vela.
Chairwoman Napolitano and Ranking Member Westerman, thank you for giving me the opportunity today to testify about water projects in my district. Chairwoman Napolitano, thank you for your past support on all these districts in your hometown. I was just thinking, it's too bad you left, but then I'm glad you did, because otherwise you'd probably be sitting here instead of me. But in any event, I request that my full written statement be included in the record. As you prepare to draft legislation to reauthorize the Water Resource Development Act, I wanted to bring your attention to some critical flood control needs in the Rio Grande Valley of Texas. In just the past 2 years, South Texas has suffered catastrophic flooding, causing tens of millions of dollars in damage on more than one occasion. In June 2018, storms brought a year's worth of rainfall to the Rio Grande Valley in just a few hours, resulting in massive flooding and over $60 million in infrastructure damage. In June 2019, the Rio Grande Valley again experienced record rainfall and flooding. To help address these flooding concerns, it is critical that the Raymondville Drain project move forward. Once constructed, the 63-mile drainage system will provide stormwater management on a regional basis and ultimately contribute to improvements to the watershed in the four-county region. I urge you to include language in your legislation to authorize construction of the project. It is also vital for our region to fully understand the entire watershed and take action to address flooding and stormwater issues throughout. The ASA's office is currently reviewing a proposal for just such a regional approach for inclusion in the Section 7001 report. The Lower Rio Grande Valley Watershed Feasibility Study proposal was submitted by Cameron County in August with the support of many local entities, including the Lower Rio Grande Valley Development Corporation, Hidalgo County, Willacy County, and a number of cities in Cameron County. I urge you to include authorization language for this important study in the upcoming WRDA legislation. Addressing flood control issues is important throughout the United States, but areas of persistent poverty in our nation, like the Rio Grande Valley, lack the resources of many other communities to fund critical infrastructure projects. And all too often, areas with high poverty rates are prone to flooding. I urge you to include language in your bill for the Army Corps to account for these issues when determining feasibility and to help flood-prone, low-income areas fund projects to increase resiliency and prevent flood damage. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to testify about some of these critical water issues, and I appreciate y'all having me here.
Thank you for your testimony, and your testimony will be included in the record as was stated before. Does any member have a question? None. Thank you. As we await from additional members, I will call a recess for 5 minutes until the members arrive. Call the hearing back to order. I wish to recognize Ms. Barragan from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, for providing this opportunity today. The work of the Army Corps of Engineers to protect against flooding, sea level rise, and improve water quality is critical for coastal states and coastal communities. There are 5 priorities that I want to bring to your attention for the inclusion in the Water Resources Development Act. My district's Port of Los Angeles is America's busiest port by container volume. It is an economic catalyst for the region and the country. The port would like to see the reforms on how the harbor maintenance tax funds are allocated and used. I am grateful to Committee Chair DeFazio's leadership with his bill, H.R. 2440, the full utilization of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund Act. This allows for full use of the trust fund, which is a positive step for ports' infrastructure investment. However, there are additional reforms needed to address maintenance at our ports. First, donor ports like the Los Angeles and Long Beach ports need to be permanently recognized as donor ports and receive a minimum of 10% of the revenues they generate for the trust fund. In 2019, the Port of Los Angeles contributed $206.6 million in revenue to the fund, yet received only $5.85 million back. That's less than 2% and a local loss of more than $200 million. Second, we need an expansion of the eligibility criteria for highway maintenance trust fund expenditures to include in-water infrastructure. Currently, the Port of Los Angeles needs nearly $134 million in concrete and corrosion repairs on decks, beams, and mooring bits at our wharfs. Additionally, the port needs to fortify against seismic activity. Expanding the eligibility criteria can help ensure these critical projects move forward. In addition to the needs of the port, there are three broader policy considerations I'm asking for the committee's assistance to incorporate into WRDA. First, underserved communities often need federal assistance to conduct flood and storm damage reduction feasibility studies. Congress, through WRDA, should waive the non-federal cost share to lower the barrier for these communities to evaluate their flood risk. This would make it easier for these communities to develop both traditional and natural infrastructure solutions. Second, I would like authorization for the Los Angeles Army Corps to assess the impact of sea level rise and stronger storms off the coast of Southern California on our flood control infrastructure. Providing this authority is critical, since it can affect planning for future projects and identify new areas of need. And finally, there is a need for Congress to clarify through WRDA that natural infrastructure projects, such as coastal wetlands, should receive the same non-federal cost share requirement as non-structural projects, which is capped at 35%. This would eliminate the risk of unfairly burdening non-federal sponsors for green infrastructure alternatives, which can bring the co-benefits of increasing resilience from flooding and avoiding environmental harm. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak and to testify here today. I look forward to working with the subcommittee and your leadership to advance our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And does any member have a question? Seeing none, I would like to recognize our next witness, Ms. Capter from Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano and Ranking Member Westerman, for this great opportunity and for your fantastic leadership. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to discuss issues of great importance to the Great Lakes region, and there are three I will focus on. One dealing with invasive species, the Brandon Road Lock and Dam, and finally open lake disposal. First of all, on the Brandon Road Lock and Dam, the invasive voracious bighead carp has placed the Great Lakes fishery, valued at over $7 billion, in jeopardy. Lake Erie, the southernmost of the lakes, contains more fish than all the other lakes combined. The Asian bighead carp are on the doorstep of the Great Lakes, and unless we act quickly, Asian carp biomass could make up 30% of the total fish biomass in Lake Erie. Asian carp have been found just 9 miles from Lake Michigan, and the Chicago area waterway system is a crucial choke point, and the only way to win this fight is to strengthen defenses at Brandon Road Lock and Dam near Joliet, Illinois. The Great Lakes are united in support of this project. Governors from New York, Indiana, Illinois, Minnesota, Michigan, and Pennsylvania passed a resolution indicating that these states will support the state of Illinois in its non-federal sponsorship role of Brandon Road. The Water Resource Development Act of 2020 presents an opportunity to amend the authorization for the project and to increase the federal cost share for the program as a project of national priority, and I would urge the committee's consideration to authorize the project as outlined in the Chief's report and increase the federal cost share to 90%. The Great Lakes Task Force, a bipartisan and bicameral coalition of members, completely supports this project. Number two, in terms of harmful algal bloom, projects, the Army Corps of Engineers is a crucial partner in the national fight against increasingly large, harmful algal blooms that plague our lakes. Corps scientists and engineers bring to bear a unique skill for helping communities confront the devastating impacts of HABs. With management of resources across our country and knowledge of water flow design and engineering solutions, the Corps is a key partner in the HAB response and control, and it plays an essential role in raising awareness of HAB events to the public, and I would urge your committee to explicitly acknowledge the ongoing work of the Corps to test and model HAB controls and encourage continued interagency cooperation under the Harmful Algal Bloom and Hypoxia Research and Control Act. I represent the mouth of the Maumee River, the largest river that flows into the Great Lakes, and it drains the largest watershed in any of the Great Lakes. The massive sediment and nutrient flow from the vast agricultural watershed, along with increased rainfall, has created an annually recurring, increasing HAB that threatens the economic and ecological diversity of Lake Erie. The problem continues to worsen, and if you look at the Chesapeake Bay or the Everglades and other major water management challenges, we fit that category. And finally, in terms of open lake disposal, in 2015, Ohio banned open lake disposal of its dredged material, and this created a long-term challenge to maintaining Ohio's ports, particularly small ports. And we have the opportunity with WRDA 2020 to come together to create a long-term solution to update the federal budgeting standard for ports affected by this issue to prevent the closure of some of Ohio's smaller ports. The federal standard seeks to identify the method of sediment disposal which is of least cost to the federal government. However, this does not take into consideration state laws that ban open lake disposal when considering funding decisions for Ohio's federally maintained harbors. Ohio has committed significant state resources to build increased combined disposal facilities and to address the backlog, and created a $172 million program called H2O Ohio, aiming to assist with water quality issues, and has been used to build new capacity at ports to dispose of material on land and help the ports manage their dredged material. In closing, the federal government has a 100% federal share for managing these harbors, and this standard should not change. However, if Ohio wants to ban open lake disposal, the Corps should be allowed to budget above that standard with a state match. In conclusion, I look forward to working with the committee on these issues of great importance to the Great Lakes region, and I thank you so very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Capter. Does the member have any question? None. I thank you very much, and I would like to recognize our next witness, a gentleman from New York, Mr. Morrell. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to you, the ranking member, and members of the committee for holding this hearing. When it comes to the integrity of our nation's water infrastructure, Americans living along the shores of our nation's 5 Great Lakes know all too well the importance of quality investments. For years, we have experienced an uptick in severe and costly flooding, which hammers communities like mine on the southern shore of Lake Ontario. We can no longer afford to wait and see if yet again our shores will flood. It is time to take the necessary steps to invest in preparation and protect our communities. I'm grateful to this committee for taking up the mantle to reauthorize the Water Resource and Development Act. I also appreciate this opportunity to share just how important high-quality and sustainable water infrastructure is to my district of Rochester, New York, as well as all communities living along the shores of the Great Lakes or within the Great Lakes Basin. Often referred to as our nation's 4th seacoast, the power and expanse of the Great Lakes is no mystery to those living along her shores. Spanning a total surface area of nearly 95,000 square miles and accounting for more than 20% of the world's surface fresh water, the Great Lakes have inspired explorers, environmentalists, and artists from near and far for generations. But with the sense of awe comes a level of respect for the raw power of these natural wonders. As residents of the southern shore of Lake Ontario, my constituents know that it can be challenging to live in tandem with the Great Lakes, especially as increased climate instability leads to spikes in severe weather patterns, rising sea levels, and destroyed ecosystems. As natural disasters increase in frequency, our communities pay the price through destroyed infrastructure and economic instability. With 100 miles of shoreline that fronts directly on Lake Ontario or nearby bays, rivers, and streams, my district is regularly impacted by lake fluctuations, and we are experiencing more severe flood waters that erode beaches, devastate family homes, and cripple lakeside businesses. In 2017, a major disaster declaration was declared in 8 New York counties due to severe flooding along the shore of Lake Ontario. This extensive flooding cost the state of New York $100 million in recovery funding. Again, in 2019, we saw record high water levels leading to a state of emergency declaration by New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. According to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the water level on Lake Ontario is currently 246.42 feet, nearly 2 feet above the average level for this time of year. Such extremes foreshadow yet another year of unprecedented water levels in the spring, and my community will again face severe, if not record, flooding. While my colleagues along the southern shore and I continue to push for maximum outflows of water through the Moses-Saunders Dam in order to lower the lake levels ahead of spring flooding, we are troubled by the International Joint Commission's Plan 2014 and recently heard that outflows will decrease come April 1. We will not cease our efforts to lower lake levels, but we cannot afford to wait for the IJC to prioritize the livelihood of our constituents, and so we turn to preparation and response. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is a key asset of our region when it comes to preparing and responding to flooding incidents, and it is critical that we not only reauthorize the U.S. Army Corps, but ensure the continuation of projects related to flood protection and control and ecosystem restoration. Additionally, we must authorize new Army Corps studies and projects that will help communities enact plans to become sustainable and resilient against future disasters. As you assess new Army Corps studies, I ask that the committee consider the Great Lakes Coastal Resiliency Study, a proposal supported by 29 members of the House whose districts border the Great Lakes. The proposal outlined in H.R. 4032 would allow the Army Corps of Engineers to partner with the 8 Great Lakes states on assessing threats and resiliency measures for coastal communities. This study will help to ensure we are utilizing resources efficiently and effectively to better protect our communities from future storms. As so many communities throughout the country face devastation from natural disasters, which often hit the same region year after year with worsening impacts, we can no longer afford to react in the aftermath of destruction. We must take preventative measures and strong investments through the WRDA reauthorization, and that's a great place to start. So I want to thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, Chairman DeFazio, the ranking member, for starting this process and for the opportunity to come to speak here today. I look forward to following the committee's work as you begin to reauthorize WRDA and hope we can find common ground to help communities along the Great Lakes access high-quality and sustainable water infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Sir, thank you for your testimony. And does any member have a question? No. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer. You're for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member Westerman, for holding this hearing to solicit input from members as you work to draft the next WRDA. There are countless priorities I'd like to cover, but since I only have 5 minutes, I'd like to focus on 3 that I think are pretty important. First, I want to thank you for making coastal and climate resilience one of your key infrastructure priorities. As you know, I represent Washington State's 6th congressional district, which includes the furthest northwestern part of the contiguous United States. In my neck of the woods, climate change is no longer a threat, it's a reality. Folks are already experiencing the consequences of climate change, from rising sea levels to more frequent and severe storms, which are costing our communities and costing livelihoods. In my district, there are 4 coastal Native American tribes that are actively working to move their communities to higher ground because the places they've called home since time immemorial are no longer inhabitable. There are cities like Ocean Shores and Hoquiam that are trying to invest in resilient infrastructure to end the annual cycle of road washouts and seawall failures. But these communities need technical assistance and resources to adapt to the changing climate. And unfortunately, there are very few federal programs designed to assist with that work. And what little federal support is available often can't be accessed until a disaster has already happened. As we continue to see more communities grapple with the impacts of climate change, the federal government needs to invest in dedicated resources and technical assistance to support these efforts. The Army Corps of Engineers has the expertise to assist these communities, but they need the funding and they need the authority to be able to play an active role in resilience planning. As you begin drafting this WRDA, I strongly urge you to include new funding and authorities that will allow the Army Corps to assist communities that are working to proactively invest in resilience. The Corps is uniquely positioned to provide the resources that under-resourced communities desperately need to begin addressing the climate impacts they're experiencing already today and to plan for the future. As a member of the Energy and Water Appropriations Subcommittee, I look forward to working with your committee to develop a coordinated strategy that will provide the Corps with both the authorities and funding necessary to fulfill this critical role. Second issue, I would strongly encourage the committee to expand the Army Corps' existing Section 214 authority to allow non-federal public entities, including public ports, to contribute funds to support the review and approval of new mitigation banks. In the Pacific Northwest, mitigation banks play a key role in ensuring that we can continue to invest in working waterfronts while also restoring the critical habitat that our iconic species, including salmon and orca, rely on. Unfortunately, the Corps' regulatory branch is significantly under-resourced, which has led to years-long delays in the approval of new mitigation banks in our region. As a member of the Appropriations Committee, I fought to increase funding for regulatory staff, but there's still a significant gap to fill. This small expansion of the existing Section 214 authority would allow the Corps to expedite the review of new mitigation bank applications without sacrificing resources from other key regulatory programs. Given the significant public benefit provided by these mitigation banks, it would be a true win-win. Finally, I'd like to end by expressing my strong support for the harbor maintenance tax reform that ensures full use of these funds and modernizes the allocation of funds to fairly address the needs of all ports. I want to thank Chairman DeFazio for his tireless leadership on this critical issue while working to balance the interests of all ports. Madam Chair, Ranking Member Westerman, we have a fantastic opportunity to make critical changes in WRDA to empower the Corps and make great strides to build resilient communities, restore and protect critical habitat, and enable our working shorelines to keep up with the ever-increasing threat that climate change is posing to people of the state of Washington. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your testimony, sir. Does any member have a question? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Schrader, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Ranking Member Westerman, and the rest of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee members for hosting this opportunity for members. The success that WRDA has had during these divided times is a testament to the committee's willingness to work across the aisle, and I hope that work will be just as successful for WRDA 2020. My number one priority is the reconstruction of the South Jetty into Tillamook Bay, the lifeline for the North Central Coast communities. The North and South Jetty started construction in 1913 and have grown over the decades to fight against the crushing impact of the Pacific Ocean. In 2010, the Army Corps rehabilitated the North Jetty to its current length of 5,213 feet. During this work, they made key repairs and added to the structure so that it could actually survive the onslaught of these North Pacific waves. However, the South Jetty was not included in that rehabilitation and over the past 10 years has eroded considerably. It now poses extreme danger to the community and our fishing fleet and recreational boaters as they try and enter and exit the bay. The Coast Guard and Army Corps Portland District both recognize the danger. I hear it every time I meet with them. It'll only cost us more money in the long run if we don't fix it now. The failure of the South Jetty will severely impact the lifespan of the North Jetty, which we just finished. And if the jetty system isn't working properly, then we'll need more dredging due to increased sediment in the bay. In the interest of safety for my constituents and for saving Uncle Sam a little money, I ask the committee to work with me on ways to get this project done before anyone else gets hurt. Another important project in the district, one that the committee staff has been very helpful on, is the disposition of the Willamette Falls locks at the end of the fabled Oregon Trail. These locks have been operating since the early 1870s, but were closed back in 2011 due to the lack of proper maintenance and investment. They are still owned by the Corps, and WRDA 2020 will be the vehicle to transfer that property to a new public or public-private partnership to run the locks. A wide range of stakeholders in Oregon have been working to establish a way to reopen them. The Willamette Falls Locks Commission is currently recommending a state appropriation of $14 million in lottery revenue bonds in the 2020 state legislative session to repair and reopen the locks. The Willamette Falls Locks Commission also has legislation that proposes establishing a public corporation. The Willamette Falls Locks Authority is the new owner-operator to manage the operations and maintenance of the locks following their transfer from the Corps. Several cities, along with Metro, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Yamhill, and Marion counties, and other entities are committing funding for Phase 1, which is expected to begin in 2020 and will remain until the locks are open, probably, hopefully, 2024. It is estimated to cost about $350,000 in annual expenses for Phase 1. This is a great partnership leveraging local, state, and federal tax dollars to maximum advantage. I want to thank my folks back home who have led the way on this project, the Army Corps, Portland District staff, and the T&I Committee staff for all the great work. My last request for the committee is a project that has been developing for years, but is rapidly escalating into a crisis. The city of Newport is currently seeking $70 to $80 million to replace Big Creek Dam Complex, which holds their municipal water supply. The current dams were originally built in 1958 and over time have deteriorated to the point where they are vulnerable to complete failure in the event of an earthquake registering 3.5 or higher, something that happens on the West Coast. Should these dams fail, the flows would breach Highway 101, the only coastal road in the community, and destroy homes downstream. The city is currently investigating multiple funding sources, including state funding and FEMA High Hazard Potential Dam Grant Program money, but the full cost is too great to be borne solely by a local bond with this small town of less than 11,000 people. Your staff's been very helpful in finding federal solutions to this problem. I hope we'll continue to work with us during this process. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify about my priorities for the Oregon's 5th Congressional District. And thank you again for your committee for working with my office on these issues. I look forward to seeing the committee's final product. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Does any member have a question? Nope. Seeing none. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize now our next witness, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Ranking Member Westerman, for the opportunity to come before the committee and lay out my key priorities for the Water Resources Development Act of 2020. First, I want to be clear. Our top priority should be in proposing policies that consider the impacts of climate change in our country. We are facing the consequences of climate change now, and we absolutely must incorporate climate resiliency strategies into all our policies. As a representative of Sacramento, California, WRDA is uniquely meaningful to me and to my constituents who live in the second most flood-prone city in our country after New Orleans. We need to be thoughtfully prioritizing projects that consider the long-term consequences of climate change. The catastrophic flooding we've seen across the country in just the last year is telling, and I fear that severe flooding will no longer be 100 or even 500-year events, but a new norm for my constituents. One area where I think we can truly make progress on this is through further federal support to improve the safety and reliability of the Yolo bypass and the surrounding region. While the Yolo bypass was originally constructed as a single-purpose federal flood facility, the state and local stakeholders in California have been working for years to begin looking at it in a fresh new way. The current rules for how the Corps of Engineers calculates the benefits of federal flood control projects makes it difficult to receive federal recognition and support for initiatives that could raise the level of flood protection. WRDA 2020 represents an opportunity to fix this by directing the Corps to study the region and develop a plan for coordinating with non-federal partners, such as the Central Valley Flood Control Board, California Department of Water Resources, and the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, SAFCA. The committee can allow the Corps to remain consistent with its plan to revolutionize the civil works activities while also giving this forward-looking project much-deserved recognition and resources. This change will help advance proposals for needed projects in the region that will protect California's residents and improve safety and sustainability. Additionally, my proposed language will establish a framework to provide for smooth coordination of permitting and reviews and endorses a regional partnership, the Yolo Bypass Cash Slew Partnership, to bring together relevant stakeholders. We've seen it across the country. Severe natural disasters are becoming more and more common. In the face of a changing climate, we must begin taking a new look at federal flood control projects, starting with WRDA 2020. For years, SAFCA has put forward flood control efforts that have become a model for the nation in providing the highest level of flood protection while remaining good environmental stewards. The YOLO initiative is a continuation of this, and I urge the committee to lend federal support. I also request an extension of the authority of Section 1020 of WRDA 2014, which allows for non-federal contributions exceeding cost-sharing requirements to be transferred to other projects. Certainly, this will be critical in flood control planning across the country. Lastly, I also support the extension and improvement of the 1043 authority that allows for non-federal sponsors to implement authorized federal projects. In the city of West Sacramento, the West Sacramento Flood Control Agency, or West SAFCA, is working with the Corps on the West Sacramento project, another flood control project in our region. In order to proceed with construction as soon as possible, we would consider implementing the balance of the project under 1043 if the program's authority were extended in WRDA 2020 and if improvements were made. For 15 years, I worked tirelessly with dedicated stakeholders in my district to make the Sacramento region as safe as possible for all residents. During these 15 years, we've seen with our own eyes how climate change is reshaping our infrastructure needs. The wildfires in my state, severe droughts, and flooding, all of this requires bold, fresh ideas that encourage our federal agencies to look at the big picture. WRDA 2020 represents a tremendous opportunity to move forward and achieve even greater strides through responsible and resilient flood control projects and forward-looking ideas for America's water infrastructure that will account for the climate crisis we are all faced with. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And does any member have a question? Seeing none, I would like to recognize now the next witness, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Reps Napolitano and Westerman, for the opportunity to share my priorities for the Water Resources Development Act reauthorization. In Michigan, we are the Great Lakes state, and ensuring that our water and our waters are clean to drink, to swim in, to fish is a major priority. We consider ourselves the stewards of the Great Lakes. It's about our way of life and the safety and security of our families. This is why we're talking about the health and quality of our waterways today. And before I do, I just have to put in a plug on PFAS. I really urge the committee to look at this issue. Michigan is looking the hardest, so we have the highest number of sites. We were able to pass 6 provisions into law through the Pentagon's budget for the first time. This is the first time we're doing anything more than study PFAS. We were thrilled to do it, to hold the Pentagon accountable. But I really urge the committee to take up PFAS in a big way, because if you haven't heard of it yet, it's coming to a theater near you. In Michigan, protecting our waterways in the Great Lakes is one of the most bipartisan issues, because it's about our economy and who we are as a state. And we may not think about it all that much, but in order to keep the Great Lakes great, we actually need to invest and protect them. In line with that goal, there are 2 key priorities I want to talk about today on the Water Resources Development Act reauthorization. First, the Asian carp. We hate the Asian carp. It is a nasty fish that, if it reaches the Great Lakes, will take over. It will dominate. So we must authorize at full federal cost share levels the appropriate funds to begin the pre-construction, engineering, and design at Brandon Road Lock and Dam project. As many of you know, the Asian carp is right up against the Lake Michigan. There's just a few things keeping it from entering our Great Lakes. When it's in one, it's in all of them. It will absolutely take over our recreational economy, our way of life for our anglers, our lakeside communities. Brandon Road would function as a critical choke point. This past summer, Democrats and Republicans from Michigan flew together to Joliet, Illinois, to actually see the Brandon Road Dam. We saw it from the air, we went on the ground, the Army Corps gave us a full tour of what they're trying to do there, and I urge everything you can do to support the pre-construction and dollars going towards Brandon Roads. Secondly, our SULOCs. I support the existing authorization and future appropriation of full funding to modernize the SULOCs, which is the cornerstone of Great Lakes commercial navigation waterways. The Army Corps has done really excellent work to begin the necessary construction. It's now up to Congress to provide consistent and efficient funding. The SULOCs are essential not just for us in Michigan, for our national economy. They are the only waterway connection from Lake Superior to the lower Great Lakes. And according to the Army Corps, approximately 90% of the iron ore used in the United States transits the SULOCs. If you like your iron ore and you need it, you need the one lock in the country that helps you get it. In fact, it's estimated that the SULOC supports an economic activity representing 3% of U.S. gross domestic product. For that reason, it's absolutely essential that Congress works through the Army Corps to ensure that the SULOC modernization project receives consistent and efficient funding. Before I yield back my time, I just wanted to take this opportunity to support and my support for two other issues that are vital for water infrastructure in our communities: the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Wastewater Infrastructure Workforce Development Program. I know these are outside of the jurisdiction of WRDA, but I want to take the opportunity to speak before the committee to express my support for robust funding for both. I met with the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments to discuss the status of our water infrastructure in Michigan. We know in Michigan, our governor ran on the slogan, "Fix the damn roads." Roads are where most Michiganders are focused. But in Michigan, it's also our infrastructure we can't see, namely our water infrastructure, that needs real updating. The council emphasized the importance of the state revolving fund for under-resourced local communities that need to replace and repair aging infrastructure. I live in one of those communities, Holly, Michigan. They also expressed the importance of supporting and expanding the water workforce. 30 to 50% of our water workforce is set to retire in the next 10 years. I know the committee has done great work on the Water Quality Protection and Job Creation Act. Thank you for that. You all have really done yeoman's work here. I thank the committee for taking up these initiatives and urge leadership to bring the bills to the House floor. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your work. Thanks for protecting our waters.
Thank you for your testimony. And does any member have a question? Seeing none, I now recognize Ranking Member Westerman to recognize our next witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from the beautiful state of Montana, Mr. Jim Forte, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairwoman and Ranking Member. I appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. The Water Resources Development Act is primarily focused on Corps of Engineers. It's also been an opportunity to address issues with the Bureau of Reclamation, which manages much of the water supply across the West. I want to bring to your attention the St. Mary's Milk River Project, which the Bureau runs. It's truly the lifeline of Montana's highline agricultural economy. Located in north central Montana, the Milk River Project provides water for irrigation for about 121,000 acres of land. The project was authorized in 1903 and is one of the first projects the Bureau of Reclamation ever designed and built. The Milk River Project is a critical federal infrastructure. It manages water for an international treaty and tribal water rights settlements such as the Blackfeet Settlement. The Milk River Project also provides water to 18,000 citizens across the High Line and produces enough food to feed about 1 million people in the United States and around the world. At well over 100 years old, the Milk River Project has surpassed its expected design life. Throughout the project, regular operations and maintenance have quickly turned into replacement of critical project components like the diversion dams and drops. If these components fail, it would effectively shut down a vital water supply for citizens and farms all across north central Montana. It could also endanger water rights settlements that rely on the water delivered by this project. On September 26, 2019, the Alliance for the Wild Rockies announced a 60-day notice of intent to sue the Department of Interior for bull trout deaths, in part because of this old technology we're currently using. If a take permit is not obtained by April 1st, 2020, the Alliance for the Wild Rockies will file suit against this project. While the Fish and Wildlife Service is working on the permit, the underlying problem is the infrastructure that's in such a bad shape of disrepair. This litigation threat accelerated the need for the diversion structure design and construction so we can actually protect the fish and keep the water flowing. The state of Montana has already authorized $50 million to update the St. Mary's diversion. So the state's doing their part, but the funds have to have a federal match. I've introduced legislation that would authorize a change in the cost share, the federal funds for the diversion structure as soon as possible. I believe this is one of the most important infrastructure projects in the state of Montana, the St. Mary's Milk River Diversion Project. On another note, I introduced H.R. 967, the Clean Water for Rural Communities Act, with Senators Tester and Daines. The bill supports 2 Bureau of Reclamation rural water projects. First, it authorizes the Musselshell Judith rural water system. The planning process mandated under the 2006 Rural Water Supply Act is complete. The water project was deemed fully feasible by Reclamation in 2016, but it still needs congressional action. Once funded, this water system could be built in 2 years. This water system will serve about 5,000 people in central Montana. Second, it authorizes Reclamation to finalize the feasibility study for the dry Redwater Regional Water Authority system in eastern Montana and part of North Dakota. The project would provide clean drinking water to over 30,000 constituents at a maximum federal cost share of $5 million. In both cases, Montana has appropriated the funds for these projects. We just need the federal government to do their part and become federally authorized. H.R. 967 had a legislative hearing in Natural Resources in June, and the Senate bill was reported out of committee last October. Finally, I ask you to consider H.R. 3471. This bill will ensure the Sidney-Kinsey irrigation districts continue to receive project use power. The districts received power under Pick Sloan for almost 75 years. After renewing contracts 9 times, the Bureau of Reclamation decided these districts were ineligible for project use power, and it threatens over 130 family farms in eastern Montana. I'd ask you to work with me to address this oversight. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss these matters with your committee, and as the committee works towards a package that addresses these water issues, I urge you to remember our issues in Montana. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Does any member have a question of the committee member? None, seeing none. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify before you this morning. I appreciate the chance to advocate on behalf of my district as the subcommittee considers additions to the Water Resource Development Act. I want to start by talking about climate resiliency. Our region is already seeing the severe impact of climate change. We have faced 3 100-year floods in the past 11 years, overwhelming our stormwater management capacity and causing millions of damage throughout our district. As you consider future investments in water resources and infrastructure, I urge the committee to make climate resiliency a top priority. Our current infrastructure has already been pushed beyond its capacity, and we know that climate change will only exacerbate these challenges. We must make sure our investments today are mindful of tomorrow's challenges. Next, I want to talk about the Army Corps of Engineers Section 219 authority regarding the water-related environmental infrastructure for Lake County. I represent parts of both Cook and Lake counties. As you may know, Cook County, Illinois is designated a geographic area eligible for Section 219 assistance to help local municipalities with environmental infrastructure. However, Lake County is currently not covered as an eligible area under Section 219. I'm advocating that the subcommittee consider expanding Section 219 authority to include Lake County. With the help of then-Senator Obama, the 2006 WRDA bill included designation of Lake County under Section 219, but that legislation never became law. For an area facing increased flooding, designating Lake County under Section 219 would help these communities enact long-term solutions to address the issue. Last, but certainly not least, I would like to discuss the historic high lake levels we are seeing in Lake Michigan and across the Great Lakes system. Currently, Lake Michigan levels are more than 4 feet above average levels and well above records set in the late 1980s. The Army Corps projects that lake levels are expected to remain at historic highs in the coming 4 to 5 months. High lake levels alone are cause for concern in terms of increased erosion and property damage. Now combined with fierce winter storms like those seen in my community in January, and the damage to both public and private property is significant. In one community alone, the Park District of Highland Park estimates recent damage to public property along its shoreline to be as much as $1.1 million. As the subcommittee considers investments in the Great Lakes region, I encourage you to think about significant impact high lake levels are having on shoreline communities like mine. I strongly support funding to address the damage wrought by high lake levels and invest in long-term approaches to prevent this damage in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to advocate on behalf of my district today, and I yield back.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Does any member wish to question? Seeing none, I'd like to recognize the Ranking Member Westerman to recognize the next witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Wallace, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman and Ranking Member, for holding this hearing. I'm here today to discuss an issue that's important to every state, including the state of Florida, and consistent with the good work this subcommittee has done already to authorize the Clean Water State Revolving Fund for the first time since 1987. My testimony today builds on the request that myself and nearly all of my Florida delegation colleagues, both sides of the aisle, have made to the chair and ranking member of the full committee in November of last year to update the Clean Water SRF allotment in legislation that amends the Federal Water Pollution Control Act. The Clean Water SRF distributes funding to states by what is called the allotment, based on a ratio that was written into law in 1987. And curiously, the Congressional Research Service cannot say definitively what factors Congress back then considered in determining the allotment that goes out to states. And this concern was highlighted in the 2014 WRDA, which directed the EPA to report back to Congress with recommendations on how the allotment should be modernized. That EPA report clearly stated that the 1987 allotment is insufficient for modern purposes of distributing funds to states, and the report states that, quote, most states do not currently receive appropriated funds in proportion to their reported needs or population, which demonstrates the inadequacy of the current allotment. Subsequently, the EPA report makes recommendations to Congress on options for modernizing the allotment, which is why I'm here today. Congressman Anthony Brown and myself have reviewed these recommendations and introduced H.R. 5628, the Clean Water Allotment Modernization Act. Our proposal has several members of this committee as co-sponsors and has been endorsed by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and Senators Rubio and Scott have introduced identical legislation in the Senate, and it is a top priority for Senator Rubio in this WRDA cycle. Our proposal requires EPA to update the allotment to reflect the most recent census data, the Clean Watersheds Needs Survey, and the water quality attainment ratio. That's kind of point 1. Point 2, our proposal moving forward requires the EPA to update the allotment within a year of the Clean Water Sheds Needs Survey to avoid the situation in the future. It also, I want to point out, should not score. It should have zero budgetary effect on federal spending. And finally, the proposal includes a transition floor. So states will not receive a decrease from their current allotment of any more than 5%. And this floor is included in case funding for the program remains stagnant. However, as the committee knows, the floor becomes obsolete under the authorization level in H.R. 1497, the Water Quality Protection and Job Creation Act of 2019, which this committee marked up and passed in October 2019. And the authorization level for the program, it increases the authorization for the program by 46% in year 1 and doubles the authorization over 5 years. So if the allotment is updated concurrently, every single state would see an increase in funding by over 9% in year 1. This would mean nearly 300% increase for states like Florida, Louisiana, and Arizona, which have seen their populations nearly double, and with dramatic increases in water infrastructure needs. California and Maryland would see a 72% increase. Oregon and Texas see a 50% increase. I could go on. Nearly a 20% increase for Missouri, for the same reasons that is good government to reauthorize programs that have not seen a reauthorization in 3 decades. It's good policy for the Congress to review and modernize how the resources are distributed. And it doesn't make sense to double the authorization level for a program without considering how and where those resources are to be dispersed. So it's time to update this program. It's a 30-year-old formula. A few quick points. My proposal amends the Federal Water Pollution Control Act, known as the Clean Water Act. I understand that the House passed versions of the previous 3 WRDA bills in 14, 16, and 18 did not amend the Clean Water Act. However, it's important to note the Senate versions of WRDA in the previous 3 cycles did amend the Clean Water Act. So at the end of the day, what's signed into law amends the Clean Water Act, and for this reason, I respectfully ask the committee to support this legislation, and let's not get caught up in jurisdictional issues when the final bill makes these arbitrary. In closing, I ask the chairwoman, ranking member, the full committee, and the subcommittee to update this 30-year-old problem, and thank you very much. I yield back any time that I don't have.
Thank you for your testimony, and I now recognize Mr. Mass for a question he has.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate it. I want to echo my Florida colleague, Mr. Waltz, about the importance of modernizing the Clean Water State Revolving Fund allotment to reflect current population, infrastructure needs, water attainment nationwide. It seems very reasonable that if Congress is going to invest in the Clean Water State Revolving Fund by doubling the authorization, that it be done as wisely as possible. I would be surprised if any of my colleagues disagreed with that. It is concerning to me as well that the law is from 3 decades ago that outlines how the EPA is going to spend $1.6 billion, potentially $3.2 billion, and so I'm a co-sponsor of this legislation. I think it's good. I would ask Chairwoman Napolitano, Ranking Member Westerman, Chairman DeFazio, please work with us on this piece of legislation to address that allotment. And it's here where my question lies for you, Mr. Waltz. Well, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, it has impact on the Florida Everglades water quality. Can you clarify the type of projects that the EPA's Clean Water State Revolving Fund financing is used for in Florida versus that of the South Florida ecosystem restoration that the President requested of $250 million in his budget request? Can you identify those differences?
Sure. I mean, the primary use, and just to clarify, this is so municipalities can get below market financing for using these funds, and again, everyone is going to gain with the increase in the total authorization. But I can't imagine doubling, as you said, Congressman, doubling this authorization and not adjusting a 30-year-old formula to reflect population needs. But Florida, that the main thing where it would be used for us is Florida developed very rapidly in the 60s and 70s, and primarily that development was on septic tanks. Those septic tanks are old. They are often not replaced. When they are replaced, it's at a tremendous cost to the homeowner. And bottom line is wastewater, runoff, septic to sewer, all of those pieces are what this would be used for, and it'd be tremendously helpful.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. And thank you for your testimony. And now we move on to Mr. Scott, the recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Ranking Member, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the priorities of Virginia's 3rd Congressional District in the upcoming Water Resources and Development Act. I represent the 3rd District of Virginia, where the Chesapeake Bay meets the James, Nansemond, and Elizabeth Rivers, and where there are both challenges and opportunities. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has worked to keep America's waterways and ports open to trade while working with our communities to ensure that they can continue to live with the water that surrounds their community. My district is home to the Port of Virginia, which is one of the largest and busiest ports on the eastern seaboard. 95% of our nation's trade moves by water, so it's essential that the port is able to maintain operations. The 3rd District is also home to multiple shipyards and neighbors the Norfolk Naval Station, the largest naval base in the United States. These waterways are essential to our community. I'd like to take a moment to thank the committee for your work on the Port of Virginia. The port is tied to nearly 10% of the jobs and responsible for $40 billion in economic activity in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It is critical to our financial well-being that we ensure that the port is able to handle the increasing number and size of container ships. The port and the Army Corps of Engineers have undertaken dredging and widening and deepening of the Norfolk Harbor to enable safe and efficient two-way passage of the new larger container ships This project requires a New Start designation to keep the project timeline intact. And that's a specific ask. We need a New Start designation to keep the project timeline intact. My district is also home for the city of Norfolk, which has been a leader in ensuring that the city can manage the surrounding rising water and is already serving as an example for other municipalities working to adapt. Unfortunately, due to climate-driven sea level rise compounded by historic land subsidence in the region, the waterways pose a serious risk. Some studies estimate that the rise may be as much as 7 feet by the year 2100. Hampton Roads is region, therefore, of the second largest population center at risk to sea level rise, right behind New Orleans. High tides, nor'easters, hurricanes exacerbate the risk of flooding in the city. It is the home of the Norfolk Naval Station, as I mentioned, and numerous other federal and military installations, so the recurring flooding poses a severe national security risk. State and local officials in Virginia already appreciate the significant threat sea level rise poses to Hampton Roads. Unfortunately, the cost to proactively and aggressively address the problem is far too great for any one city by itself. While Norfolk has already begun to spend substantial sums of money to study its recurring flooding issues and implement resilient infrastructure where feasible, the scope of the entire project to actually address the problem is expected to total in the billions of dollars. And that's why I'm appreciative of the committee's action of including resiliency initiatives in your infrastructure proposal. The City of Norfolk is identified as a high-risk area for coastal storm flooding and engaged in the storm risk management study with the Army Corps of Engineers. The subsequent report and plan will reduce storm risk and protect Norfolk. The project is ready to move into pre-construction engineering design, PED, and construction phase of the recommended plan and requires authorization from Congress. That's another specific ask. We need the specific authorization for Congress so that that project can move forward. Madam Chair, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to discuss the priorities of the 3rd Congressional District, and look forward to working with you to ensure these projects are included in order for the critical work of Hampton Roads to continue. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Scott. Does any member of the committee wish to question? No? Seeing none, I now recognize Ranking Member Westerman to recognize our next witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And now I would like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, who is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the ranking member, and thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to present to you. I have the honor and privilege of representing the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. The 1st Congressional District of Georgia includes the entire coast of Georgia, over 110 miles of coastline, of pristine coastline that includes barrier islands as well. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about today. Our economy, particularly in the 1st Congressional District, is very dependent on a number of different things dealing with the coast. For instance, the Georgia ports, tourism, seafood, and more. The coastline is integral to our economy and to our quality of life. But unfortunately, our area has been hit by hurricanes in 3 of the last 4 years, and it had another near miss this year with Hurricane Dorian. Tybee Island is one of those barrier islands that I was referring to earlier. And the city of Tybee Island is taking these natural disasters very seriously and is a model for cities around the country that are trying to prepare for these weather events. Among other things, the city of Tybee Island is working on a major beach renourishment project that uses federal funds authorized through WRDA. However, the Corps of Engineers, in its latest cost-benefit analysis study, jeopardizes the project's future beyond 2023. Because of language in WRDA, the Corps is forced to use an outdated cost-benefit model, which in Tybee's instance can only look at damages that might occur during the next 15 years. Tybee, though, won't see damages until 2060, which is largely due to the hard work and financial investments they have been putting into the island in order to protect itself from weather events. My staff has discussed this issue with the Army Corps of Engineers, the T&I committee staff, and other members' offices, and we believe we have some legislative language that can fix this situation. The language specifically authorizes the Secretary to recommend that Congress authorize up to 50 years of nourishment to begin on the date of construction and adds general study authority to extend the period of nourishment for up to an additional 50 years after expiration of the original authorized period of nourishment. I will be submitting the full extent of the language along with other offices for the record and encourage the committee to include it in this year's version of WRDA. Simply put, we need to ensure that our communities are becoming more resilient in the face of these storms. But with WRDA's current language on cost-benefit analysis, we are punishing communities who are trying to take those steps. Again, I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ranking Member and members of the committee, for allowing me to bring up this very important issue involving the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. Over 110 miles of pristine coastline with barrier islands. Our economy is dependent on our coastline. We have seen changes in the weather. We've seen the impact of storms, of weather events. We have been doing our part. The city of Tybee Island has been doing their part in preparing for this. They should not be penalized for simply being prepared. And that's what's happening here, because they're being penalized because of outdated language. And this is what our legislation tries to do, to update that language, to make it applicable to what is happening today. So I thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to present before the committee today.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Do you have any questions of the witness? Seeing none, I'll now wish to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from the beautiful state of California, Mr. Schiff. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member Westerman, for the opportunity to testify at this Members' Day hearing on proposals for a Water Resources Development Act of 2020. One of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers' important missions is to plan, design, and build projects to restore aquatic ecosystems across the country. In my district in California, the Corps is currently undertaking planning and design work to begin restoring an 11-mile stretch of the Los Angeles River. This project, decades in the making, will restore the river's original natural beauty and revitalize over 700 acres of aquatic ecosystem to provide much-needed green space for wildlife and residents alike. I'm thrilled that the Corps included significant funding for the LA River in its work plan in fiscal year 2020, and will continue working with the City of Los Angeles and the Corps to build further momentum on the project. At the same time, I've also heard from many constituents and community organizations in my district over the past several years who have shared concerns regarding the health and safety implications of using the herbicide glyphosate, commonly known by its trade name Roundup, in the LA River, as well as other federally managed lands. Many state and local governments have reviewed the medical research on human exposure to glyphosate and have limited or banned its use. The state of California has added glyphosate to its Prop 65 list of chemicals known to cause cancer, and the County of Los Angeles recently prohibited county departments from using the chemical. International expert bodies have similarly linked glyphosate to cancer, including the World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer, which found the chemical probably causes cancer. I believe the federal agencies should always strive to respect the desires of local communities in which they work, particularly when using potentially harmful chemicals on public lands. I repeatedly called on the Army Corps to cease using glyphosate in the LA River and have proposed amendments to appropriations legislation to require the Corps to do so. The Corps and other federal agencies should continue to seek out alternative vegetation management procedures that do not require the use of potentially harmful chemicals and use these procedures to the maximum extent possible. However, I also recognize the Corps uses glyphosate to manage vegetation in part to reduce flood risk, an essential task, and that in certain situations an appropriate alternative may not be immediately available. Accordingly, the committee should include in the Water Resources Development Act of 2020 language to restrict the use of glyphosate within aquatic ecosystem restoration projects, including the LA River and other similarly sensitive ecosystems around the country, except in cases where both the Corps and the local non-federal sponsor concur that using the chemical is necessary to address an immediate threat to human health or the environment. This balanced approach would ensure that the Corps respects local wishes regarding the use of chemicals in public lands, while also providing flexibility in cases where alternatives are not available.
I urge the committee to consider such a provision as it drafts a Water Resources Development Act of 2020 and I remain committed to supporting the Corps' important work in maintaining and restoring the LA River. Thank you for your work on this legislation and your attention to my requests.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Schiff. And does any member have a question? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. And this committee will, as we wait for additional members, the chair will call recess for a few minutes until additional members arrive. You ready, Mr. Thompson? I'll call the meeting to order, and I would like to recognize the next witness, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Chairwoman Napolitano and Mr. Lamoff, thank you so much for, and members of the House Commerce, our Committee on Transportation Infrastructure Subcommittee on Water Resource and Environment. Thank you for providing the opportunity to share my priorities for the Water Resources Development Act of 2020. In order to strengthen and maintain water resources in the United States, it is crucial we support programs that invest in water infrastructure needs in our local communities. I'm going to start with talking about the Endangered Species Act provides for conservation of threatened and endangered plants and animals as well as habitats. Additionally, legislation established the endangered species list. It is maintained by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It contains all the endangered species found throughout the world. The ESEA has brought fundamental conservation practices to our local communities, and while we must continue to improve and strengthen these strategies, we also should strive to provide resources to states and industry to help navigate some of the more nuanced regulations within ESA. For example, the Allegheny River and other navigable waters in and around my district need to be dredged in order to prevent flooding and allow safe passage of vessels, whether it would be commercial or recreational, and obviously for economic development in our rural communities. The environmental restoration efforts of these waterways has improved the quality of water to a level where they now sustain populations of endangered mussels. The repopulation of this species is increasing throughout the river, specifically in the riverbed, and has been brought to my attention that many industry stakeholders have left the region due to prohibitive costs associated with mitigating the endangered mussels, resulting in missed opportunities of jobs and revenues for local communities. Now, being good environmental stewards should not be an either-or situation.
It is my hope that this committee will explore voluntary conservation plans that provide strong safeguards for these endangered and threatened species, but also create an opportunity for industries to partner with federal, state, and local governments to address the cost issue and invest in local communities. I want to also just talk briefly about levee assistance. You know, the Flood Control and Coastal Emergency Act provides the United States Army Corps of Engineers a discretionary authority to undertake activities including disaster preparedness, emergency operations, as well as rehabilitation of areas destroyed or threatened by floods. Under this legislation, local sponsors of a flood control project are required to provide and maintain the necessary land, easements, and right-of-ways necessary to perform the required construction and must secure all necessary permits prior to any construction activities done by the Army Corps of Engineers. The local sponsor is also responsible for any operation and maintenance costs incurred by the flood control project and must contribute 20% of the construction costs for any rehabilitation. Now, many local sponsors, including those found in my district, specifically Ford City in Armstrong County, Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, in Jefferson County, are unable to financially meet these requirements to maintain their projects. And due to the lack of financial resources, many of these projects do not achieve a minimally acceptable rating on their biannual inspection to be considered for Army Corps rehabilitation assistance. Furthermore, FEMA uses these ratings to inform the National Flood Insurance Program when they update flood insurance rates. Since these projects receive an unacceptable rating, FEMA considers these areas unprotected, which results in higher premiums for landowners and local businesses, which is a tremendous drag on the existing local economy and has real impact on future economic development in these small rural communities. It is my hope that this committee would consider authorizations that would permit the Army Corps to conduct maintenance on these types of projects. And this would reduce the financial burden on these small communities, reducing barriers to qualify for rehabilitation assistance when needed. And finally, just a little bit on remote lock operations. The Pittsburgh District of the Army Corps began plans for a pilot project in January 2017 at Gray's Landing Lock and Dam located on the Monongahela River in Fayette County. The goal of this project is to demonstrate the viability of remote lock operation on a large-scale commercial waterway within the inland navigation system. This project consists of two phases. Phase one will involve remotely controlling the lock from a location outside that is out of view of the lock, and phase two will involve remotely controlling the lock from an off-site location. Automating and remotely operating locks will significantly reduce operation costs without negatively impacting transit through the inland navigation system by allowing one set of operators in a central location to operate multiple facilities. Furthermore, reduced operation costs would allow for more flexibility in funding for maintenance and other capital investments. So if successful with this project, I'm just asking to be expanded to other locations, including the Upper Allegheny locks located in Armstrong County, Pennsylvania, where this technology has the potential to increase the availability and the capacity of the locks and support the other economic drivers like recreational boating. I want to thank you for Chairwoman and Ranking Member and all the members of this committee for allowing me to bring and express my priorities as you consider working on WRDA 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Does any member have a question? Seeing none, we move on to the next witness. Now I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member LaMalfa, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I represent the 1st Congressional District of Kentucky, which is home to Paducah, which serves as a major hub of the inland waterway system due to its strategic location on the confluence of the Ohio and Tennessee rivers. Kentucky's river industry alone moves around 100 million tons of cargo per year with a combined value of over $10 billion. Our waterways provide a safe and efficient way to transport the commodities that America needs, from coal and petroleum to chemicals and other hazardous materials to grains and other agricultural products like those grown and used in my district. Unfortunately, the majority of our waterways infrastructure is over 50 years old, and we are beginning to pay the price. This includes levees needed for flood protection, locks and dams that support navigation and hydropower generation, and countless other projects necessary to transit the inland waterway system. These major infrastructure projects are strategic investments in the future of our nation's infrastructure, and Americans deserve consistent, stable federal funding in order to capitalize on our highly skilled workforce and foster further industrial development. As Congress considers components of a WRDA reauthorization, I want to voice my support for conforming the cost share for new construction and major rehabilitation projects on the Inland Waterways Transportation System. I support adjusting the cost share to 25% Inland Waterways Trust Fund and 75% general funds for Inland Waterways Trust Fund construction projects. This adjustment will allow the Inland Waterways construction portfolio of 23 projects to be completed in 20 years instead of the current expected completion of 40 years. Another issue that I would like to discuss today is a threat to not just my congressional district, but our entire inland waterway system. That threat is Asian carp. These species were brought to the United States decades ago, soon entered our major waterways, and have since spread to a considerable portion of our country's interior river system. Lake Barkley and Kentucky Lake in my congressional district are home to some of the top outdoor recreation sites in all of Kentucky. Boating, camping, fishing, and other activities have an estimated $1.2 billion economic impact on the region. However, Asian carp is threatening our tourism economy. These invasive fish are known to jump out of the water at the sound of approaching boats, striking boaters and skiers. They also eat the food sources of native fish species. The explosion of carp is driving boaters and fishermen away from our region. As an example, Asian carp are ruining the annual fishing tournaments that draw hundreds of visitors to the area and infuse millions of dollars into the local economy. While progress has been made, we must still continue to work to eradicate Asian carp and prioritize resources to fight this invasive species. Additionally, I would like to express my support for the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund, which is used by river forts such as the Hickman-Fulton County Riverport Authority for vital dredging. I look forward to continuing work with my colleagues in Congress to provide resources for completion of these high-priority investments in our waterways infrastructure, and I appreciate the opportunity to relay these priorities to you today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Does any member have a question? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'd like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Authorization of the Water Resources Development Act for needed upgrades to the greater Williamsport levee in Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District can literally save lives as well as hundreds of millions of dollars of economic assets. As you may know, Williamsport, Pennsylvania is home to the Little League Baseball and the Little League World Series. But what you may not know is that the amazing event, which attracts tens of thousands of visitors each year from around the world and millions of viewers on television, sits directly in the path of a devastating flood zone. This area is protected only by a levee in need of serious rehabilitation and improvements. This levee, built in the 1950s by the Army Corps of Engineers, has protected this region ever since. However, after recent inspection by FEMA, large sections of the levee have received a rating of unacceptable. Currently, relief walls, cross pipes, and 2 eye walls are at risk of failure without significant rehabilitation and improvements. The effects of possible flood are nothing short of devastating. The flood zone behind this 20-mile levee system is responsible for 87% of Lycoming County's economic activity and employs 45% of the county's workforce. Just under half of the county's 116,000 residents live in the 4 highest risk jurisdictions. In addition of the thousands of commercial, industrial, and institutional properties protected by the levee, around half the county's largest employers, including Textron and ShopVac, and 2 institutions of higher education, are at risk of major losses. The assessed value of all these properties is nearly $750 billion. Also, almost 4,500 residential properties with a value of $292 million are also at risk. With all of this taken together, it is no wonder why the Borough of Williamsport, 4 other municipalities in the affected region, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have contributed significant local share to this project. We were also pleased to see the levee project was included in the Army Corps of Engineers Chief Engineer's report in the main table. Recently, we were happy to see the federal government contribute $5.6 million to this very important project through the Economic Development Administration. While we are off to a good start, additional federal investment is necessary to see this project through. That is why authorization of the project in the Water Resources Development Act reauthorization is so critical. We cannot allow the home of Little League Baseball to be the home of the next preventable flooding disaster. We know problems with the levee exist now, and now is the time to act. With challenging and unpredictable weather patterns, one cannot know the certainty when a devastating flood will impact this deteriorated levee system. However, we can control what is in front of us, and that is providing the needed resources in the Water Resources Development Act to complete this project sooner rather than later. I urge the committee to include the authorization for this project for the safety of Lycoming County businesses and residents. I thank the committee, the ranking member, and the chair for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. And does any member have a question? None? So be it. Thank you very much for your testimony, and we will, as we wait for additional members, we will chair call for a recess for a few minutes until additional members arrive. The meeting is called to order. This hearing is called to order, and I'd like to thank Mr. Foster for coming in. I'd like to recognize him for 5 minutes. Gentleman from Illinois is on.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Napolitano and Ranking Member LaMalfa, for holding this Members' Day, and to the members of the subcommittee for allowing me to testify here today. I'm here this morning first to urge project authorization for the Asian carp barrier at Brandon Road Lock and Dam in my district. Secondly, to change the local cost share adjustment for the Brandon Road project. Thirdly, to fully support funding for the Army Corps Joliet Flood Mitigation Study, Section 205. Brandon Road Lock and Dam, located in the Des Plaines River in Joliet, Illinois, serves as the last line of defense to prevent the spread of Asian carp and other aquatic nuisance species into the Great Lakes. This invasive species was introduced decades ago in Arkansas and has now traveled up the Mississippi Basin and is threatening environmental and economic catastrophe if it reaches the Great Lakes Basin. The Army Corps has submitted its chief's report in May of 2019, and it is now Congress's responsibility to fully authorize and fund this project and to provide additional authorizations to the Corps to rapidly study and implement additional options and technologies at Brandon Road to improve the efficacy of that barrier. This project authorization is urgent in order to prevent aquatic nuisance species from passing freely into the Great Lakes, which would damage the economies of the Great Lakes states and the economy of Canada. Secondly, the construction of Brandon Road moves forward following our authorization of this project. I urge the committee to provide the Corps with additional project authorization to mitigate the disruption of recreational activities in the surrounding area. Specifically, the Brandon Road project, as planned, would disrupt use of the 20-mile path that follows the historic Illinois and Michigan Canal downstream, as well as nearby pedestrian and bicycle paths along the Des Plaines River and Hickory Creek. And to mitigate this damage, Congress should require the Corps to use a small percentage of the project's money to integrate the Brandon Road project with the neighboring recreational areas along the I&M Canal, the Des Plaines River, and Hickory Creek. Specifically, this additional money should be used to improve and extend the bike path and walkways along these waterways and to extend the path over Brandon Road Lock and Dam. Thirdly, because of the national scope of the threat and the fact that the carp were introduced in a state hundreds of miles away, we request that the non-federal cost share be waived for this project. The Asian carp and aquatic nuisance species are traveling up from the southern region of the Mississippi River, and as a result, it has somehow become the responsibility of Illinois to prevent them from moving into Lake Michigan and the Great Lakes states. The federal government, therefore, should pay the full cost of this project. With these environmental and economic benefits in mind, I urge the committee to include Brandon Road's expanded authorization, including a waiver of the cost share in WRDA. Or perhaps you could simply just transfer the cost share to Arkansas. Illinois did not create this problem, and we should not be forced to bear the cost of protecting the entire Great Lakes region and Canada. Finally, I'd also like to draw your attention to another project that requires funding in my district, the Army Corps Joliet Flood Mitigation Study. Last year, FEMA placed the downtown portions of the city of Joliet within a floodplain. While FEMA is outside this committee's jurisdiction, FEMA's close coordination with the Army Corps is crucial, and I'm gravely concerned that the recent floodplain determination will negatively impact Joliet's effort at downtown revitalization. Since this decision, the city of Joliet has actively worked with the Army Corps to design and construct a new flood wall, which can be certified as a levee and extend flood protections throughout the downtown. I strongly support the initial U.S. ACE Joliet study it being fully funded, then that the Section 205 remediation project funding be directed to the city. Well, thank you again, and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. It is very well put. Thank you, sir. And I would now like to recognize, is there any questions from the committee? None? Seeing none? Thank you, sir. I'd like to recognize the next witness, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman and the Ranking Member Graves and members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today about the impact that the growth of harmful algae blooms having on the future of communities I represent in Western New York. This committee's consideration of the Water Resources Development Act this year is an opportunity to address this issue aggressively and proactively for communities like mine and across the country. I'm hopeful that this bill can prevent communities like mine from seeing progress on water quality reversed due to the lack of readiness to evolving threats in our navigable waterways. The United States Army Corps of Engineers are the unsung heroes of the United States infrastructure and economic development. Their continued work on the Buffalo River played a major part in its revitalization from its polluted past, which is why today I will highlight the immense impact the Army Corps is poised to have in fighting another threat to our waters, harmful and the rapid increase in algae in Lake Erie. With funding from WRDA, the Corps can deploy innovative technologies to fight this scourge in our environment and communities. Harmful algae blooms are caused by nutrient runoff and existing in all 50 states. Blooms plagued the western basin of Lake Erie in 2014. A bloom near Toledo, Ohio, shut down the city's drinking water for 2 entire days. In 2019, another algae bloom grew 7 times the size of Cleveland, 7 times the size of Cleveland. Scientists predict that the harmful algae bloom problem will continue to worsen due to climate change. To preserve our nation's bodies of waters, especially the Great Lakes, we must prioritize projects for harmful bloom mitigation. One such project is the Habitat's pilot program on Lake Okeechobee in Florida. The float and cut technology, the project is portable and can be deployed quickly to help lessen the impact of potential blooms. The harvested algae can be recycled to consumer products like running shoes and yoga mats. As described by the Army Corps' report, evaluating the pilot project, the data and scalability of the project shows great promise. 95% of the algae was removed from the water. I urge my colleagues to support and prioritize Army Corps efforts, specifically from the Engineer Research and Development Center, to prevent and mitigate harmful algae blooms. Blooms cost the United States an estimated $1 billion each year. We must deploy preventable measures to avoid spending more time and resources to undo their significant damage. I thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Higgins. And now I'd like to ask if any member of this committee have a question? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the next witness, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Sanchez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano and Ranking Member Westerman, for providing this opportunity to testify today on an issue that is extremely important to the safety of the residents of Los Angeles County. I'm so glad to report that the Whittier Narrows Dam in the city of Pico Rivera, California, is in the planning stages for restoration. The Whittier Narrows Dam, I can't say that 10 times fast, is located in my district and was built in 1957. It's one of the most crucial elements of flood control infrastructure in Southern California. It prevents the San Gabriel and Rio Hondo riverbanks from overflowing during major storm events, which protects millions of downstream residents. As climate change results in more severe flooding, these events will become more frequent and more extreme. In 2017, the Corps designated Whittier Narrows as one of its highest priority safety projects. The Corps found an unacceptable likelihood of dam malfunctions during severe weather events. Should the dam malfunction or even fail, the loss of life and economic disruption would be unimaginable. I was pleased that we were able to get the Corps to include more than $393 million for the Whittier Narrows Dam Safety and Seepage Program in its budget and work plan. And I am strongly supporting the project in the 2021 appropriations cycle. As we work together to move the Whittier Narrows Dam Safety Project forward, I urge the subcommittee to help mitigate the project's impact on the surrounding community. The city of Pico Rivera, where the dam is located, will be permanently disrupted by the project. It is a built-out city with very little land for recreation and open space. The city leases its parkland from the Corps. Unfortunately, the Corps will have to demolish much of the city's parks and recreations facilities for construction activities and other modifications, including staging of the actual construction. The city estimates that the resulting cost to the community will be more than $100 million. While we can all agree that restoring the Whittier Narrows Dam is the highest priority, the project will have a heavy impact on working families in a majority Latino community. I urge the subcommittee to consider the City of Pico Rivera's Section 7001 proposal. I also request the subcommittee work with me to minimize disruption to working families and communities like Pico Rivera as a result of Army Corps projects. I look forward to welcoming members of the subcommittee to my district next week to hear directly from the Army Corps as to why this project is such a critical project. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I appreciate your past and future support of this project, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you for your testimony, and does any member of the committee wish to question? Seeing none, I now would like to recognize our next witness, gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper. Thank you, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Napolitano and Ranking Member LaMalfa. I have the honor of representing Nashville, Tennessee, one of the most thriving, growing cities in America. Nashville is located on the Cumberland River, and I need your help. In fact, I am begging for your help, because all I need are 3 words. I don't need any money. I just need permission for the Army Corps of Engineers to operate the 3 existing dams that are above Nashville. The only dams above Nashville right on the Cumberland River, the Old Hickory Dam and the Cordell Hull Dam. I need them to have permission to do flood control storage. Right now, those dams are only authorized for navigation and for electrical, and those are fine purposes, but Nashville was devastated by a 2010 flood. The 10th anniversary is coming up this year, and in the 10 intervening years, we've done almost nothing to mitigate the damage that water could cause. We bought some houses, but really no project to help. These are existing dams. They were designed in 1946. No one envisioned climate change. No one envisioned that Nashville would multiply in size. And now we need to use those existing dams for a more flexible purpose, not only to save the city, but actually to help the Army Corps itself. Because as the Corps issued a press release in 2010, we came within 7 inches of the Old Hickory Dam being overtopped. The Corps said if that dam had been overtopped, it could have devastated the city with another 4 feet of water. So this also gives the Corps management flexibility of existing assets. This is flexibility they need, flexibility they deserve. So let's not keep the Corps in a straitjacket in the Nashville community. Let's give them the freedom to save the city. I thank the chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Cooper, and it makes sense, but we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to know if any member of the committee wish to question? No. Seeing none, I now recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steele. Style.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano and Ranking Member Westerman and members of the Subcommittee on Water Resources and the Environment for holding today's hearing. The Water Resources Development Act invests in America's water infrastructure, generating economic growth and protecting our communities. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to shine a light on the issues facing Wisconsin and the greater Midwest region. Southeast Wisconsin includes Racine, Kenosha, and Milwaukee counties, and Lake Michigan is vital to our communities. Why are the Great Lakes so important to Wisconsin and the Midwest? Millions of people live along the shores of the Great Lakes. The 2 largest cities in the 1st Congressional District are on the shores of Lake Michigan. About 100,000 people live in Kenosha. About 75,000 people live in Racine. If the Great Lakes region was a country, it would have the 3rd largest economy in the world. The Great Lakes ports have generated $1.4 billion in economic impact in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin tourism has a $450 million impact on Racine and Kenosha counties, and a large part of that is driven by Lake Michigan. Today, I'd like to touch on 2 Great Lakes priorities that are included in the 2020 WRDA, the Great Lakes Coastal Resiliency Study and the Brandon Road Project. First, the Great Lakes Coast Resiliency Study. After experiencing record low water levels in 2013, Lake Michigan is now nearing record high water levels. Shoreline erosion is becoming a very serious issue. For example, during a recent storm in January, high winds combined with high water levels resulted in significant flooding and extensive damage in Kenosha, Milwaukee, and Racine counties. According to recent assessments, Southeast Wisconsin reported $30 million of damage to public infrastructure from that storm alone. As the state and local governments continue to work through appropriate channels to address the damage, the federal government also has a role to play. And that's why I'm here today. As part of the 2020 WRDA, I ask that you fully fund the Great Lakes Coastal Resiliency Study. The Great Lakes Coastal Resiliency Study brings together 8 Great Lakes states and federal partners to examine our shoreline and prevent environmental hazards. The study area includes more than 5,000 miles of shoreline. This is a federal program that helps detect vulnerabilities along the shoreline and improves communities' sustainability for generations to come. Finally, I ask that the committee adequately fund the Brandon Road Project to prevent Asian carp from entering the Great Lakes. This species poses a great threat to the viability of the region. Asian carp are known for their voracious appetites and decimating native fish populations, and they've been found just a few miles from the Great Lakes shores. The Asian carp has the potential to hurt the $7 billion fishing industry in the Great Lakes. Preventing Asian carp in the Great Lakes is needed to sustain our fishing industry. The Brandon Road Project, an Army Corps of Engineer program, is a preventative measure to safeguard the Great Lakes. Adequately funding the Brandon Road Project in the 2020 WRDA would help states like Wisconsin and address threats to our ecosystem and economy. Again, I want to thank the chair and ranking members and members of this committee for having me here today. Your support for the Great Lakes does not go unnoticed. They're vital to Wisconsin and the entire Midwest, and I look forward to working with you on this important issue.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Style. I really appreciate it. And does any member have a wish to question? No? Seeing none? Thank you very much. I would now like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wisenga, for 5 minutes.
There we go. Sorry, slightly different system over in the Financial Services Committee. So, thank you, I appreciate the opportunity to come. And much like my friend from Wisconsin who just got done testifying, I too want to talk about the Great Lakes. And this is a great opportunity for this committee to allow members to come and talk about their districts and talk about the issues in their region. And one thing that I'd like to add is, as we meet today, the current state of erosion and high water damage is at a crisis point throughout the Great Lakes Basin and the region. In my district, along the shores of Lake Michigan, the high water levels are a threat to people's homes, public infrastructure, and the overall ecology and economy of the Great Lakes. As we continue to see the shoreline erode and the water levels rise, government at all levels needs to be prepared to step in. Whether it is roads, bridges, breakwaters, or wastewater treatment facilities, the potential for damage due to high water levels is grave and real. Furthermore, the amount of debris that has fallen into the lakes as a result of this erosion also poses a significant threat to shipping, public beaches, and recreational boating. Recently, I had an opportunity to take a Coast Guard helicopter flight, and we flew the length of the district, and even the Coast Guard helicopter pilots were surprised at the damage that has been going on. And one of them, who had been stationed up in Alaska, made the comment that one of their main concerns is the number of what they call deadheads, those trees and other debris that is going into the lake, and the damage that could pose to recreational boaters, especially because in the Great Lakes those tend to be fiberglass hulled vessels versus steel hulled up in Alaska and other places. not to mention, the personal watercraft and the things that are going to be out there. So there is some real fear for damage, not just property damage, but personal damage. And I just am asking, as the committee develops the Water Resources Development Act of 2020, I urge that members to include provisions that would protect and restore the resiliency of the Great Lakes shoreline for today, tomorrow, and generations to come. Additionally, I'm also here today because of Asian carp, and as the Republican co-chair of the Great Lakes Task Force, this has been something that we have been keeping an eye on for a number of years. The Asian carp and other invasive species are on the doorstep of infiltrating the Great Lakes system. The importance of protecting our vulnerable lakes freshwater system from this disastrous invasive species cannot be overstated. In fact, the introduction of non-native species to the Great Lakes is currently one of the greatest economic and environmental threats to the region. The preventive measures that are currently have in place are only temporary solutions, as Asian carp have been found only a few miles away from Lake Michigan, as has been noted. However, the Brandon Road Lock and Dam in Joliet, Illinois, has been identified as the key choke point in safeguarding the Great Lakes ecosystem and the economy. Timely completion of the work at Brandon Road is essential for the next steps in the process of safeguarding the Great Lakes region. It provides drinking water for over 30 million people, supports $7 billion in the fishing industry and a $16 billion boating industry. We have a small but critical window of opportunity to prevent the upstream transfer of this species. In 2019, the Army Corps of Engineers delivered its Chief's report on Brandon Road Lock and Dam project to Congress. The lock is a logical point to install both structural and non-structural control measures to prevent this movement into the lake. Additionally, in conversations with President Trump directly, he has expressed his support for protecting and preserving the Great Lakes for future generations and the Brandon Road project. So I'm loving to see that congressional and White House cooperation. Congress needs to make protecting and preserving the Great Lakes a national priority, can do this by authorizing this project through WRDA, and so that the control measures can be implemented with the necessary urgency. Further delay only increases the likelihood that this threat becomes full-scale, irreversible, and with this highly destructive invasive species. And finally, I'd like to thank the committee for your work on maintaining the harbors, ports, and navigation channels around our nation from the coast to the Great Lakes. These harbors and navigation channels are a vital part of our nation's transportation infrastructure, and a reduction in the capacity can have the significant impacts on local communities. So our identity in West Michigan is directly tied to the Great Lakes, and I appreciate Congress's willingness to support it. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I would like to recognize Mr. LaMalfa for a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the work of this committee. I just wanted to offer a comment in general on the infrastructure issues we have. Being from California as well, up in the north, I have great concern that we're entering into a drought period again. It looks like we're going to go the entirety of February without any precipitation, which goes back to 1864 since the last time something like that has happened, according to the record. And disturbing news here the other day that the Anderson Dam in the Morgan Hills, South San Jose area, FERC has determined that because of an earthquake issue that dam probably needs to be drained because of an unsafe situation there. And so that means 90,000 acre-feet will now not be available to the citizens of South San Jose, Morgan Hill, that area there because of that. The district will likely have to replace that with groundwater, and as we know in California with a new regulation called SGMA, then that will be exacerbated on the challenges we have with groundwater in the state. And so our task here needs to be taking a longer look at our dams and our water storage as well as our flood control systems with FERC, with Army Corps, with state projects, whatever, all of the above, to not only find things that are wrong, but to, expedite repairs that are needed. And so when we're talking about the Anderson Dam, that needs to be put back online as soon as possible, in my view, because we're not just going to make up 90,000 acre-feet for the Bay Area, South Bay Area folks. Up my way, we had the issue with the Lake Oroville spillway 3 years ago that really, I mean, a project the size and that magnitude, 3.5 million acre feet, being paralyzed, what that means for the whole state of California, we have to look really hard at our infrastructure for that and come up with solutions to make sure they're in repair. We have a backlog of repairs, a backlog of inspection, I think, overall, and probably a lot of our projects around our own state of California, Madam Chairman, and around the country. We can't lose these assets due to inaction and have this be an excuse for, in some cases, just flat dam removal, as some would like to do. So this backlog must be addressed because we cannot lose these assets, these resources, and continue to operate in any kind of a really type of a civilization that we've become accustomed to with even more regulation coming down the line. So I'm really, really concerned that this may become more of a trend and losing these water storage projects because of lack of maintenance, lack of inspection, and inability to keep up and keep them modernized. So I thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. LaMalfa. And do you have any questions for yourself?
I question myself quite a bit, but there you go.
Thank you very much for those comments, and I agree. There's got to be more focus put on the necessities of the whole country. Prioritize them. I would now like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Madam Chairwoman, my esteemed colleagues, thank you very much for allowing me to speak with you today. As a representative for Louisiana's 3rd Congressional District, I'd like to thank you all for your continued focus on the health of our nation's waterways and for the thoughtful consideration you'll no doubt give to the issues before you today. I do not envy the decisions that you must make, but I'm here to present our plea and our case. Like many of my colleagues, I need to discuss the impact of the projects and issues that your committee has been discussing as you continue to work on this year's Water Resources Development Act, WRDA. I'm sure it's no surprise that a member of the Louisiana delegation is here to talk to you about the importance of 5,000 miles of navigable rivers, bayous, ship channels, and canals that make up our state's waterways. The importance of these waterways and management systems to Louisiana and the entire nation cannot be underestimated. The Mississippi River Basin drains 1/3 of the nation's waters, indeed beyond the American nation, but the entire of North America. Canada's included. We drain 1/3 of the nation's waters. We receive 1/3 of the nation's sediment. And we don't get further south than South Louisiana, which is where I represent. So the management and maintenance of these waterways is incredibly important. Coastal Louisiana leads the nation in waterborne commerce. 60% of United States grain moves through our coastal ports. 21% of all commercial fisheries landings by weight from the lower 48 states come from our region. 23% of the total U.S. crude is produced in Louisiana. 18% of the U.S. oil supply comes from Port Fourchon. 20% of the nation's waterborne commerce travels through Louisiana waters. 5 million waterfowl depend upon Louisiana for habitat. While many of you know the important role that large waterway systems like the Mississippi River and its tributaries play in our economy, you may not know the drastic impacts that focused Corps of Engineers' attention, WRDA authorization, and work plan dollars can play on smaller systems. For instance, the Calcasieu Ship Channel, 68 miles long and authorized to be dredged 400 feet wide and 40 feet deep. This channel requires around $40 million a year to be completely dredged. And when you balance that against the fact that this channel is the sole access point to the Gulf of Mexico, not only for the existing industry there, but for the epicenter of LNG production and $200 billion worth of new projects, just their only ship channel. And consider the fact that the Port of Lake Charles, which this channel services, sends an average of $400 million in federal taxes to D.C. So the $40 million in balance becomes quite reasonable. This means thousands upon thousands of jobs are completely reliant on making sure that the types of authorizations and expenditures we're talking about today are considered and made expeditiously. It's also imperative that we continue to make improvements to the functioning of the Corps of Engineers. An example of one type of improvement is my amendment that was added on the floor to the 2018 WRDA bill that made a common sense change in the way Corps obtains easements for completing projects. This amendment focused on removing unnecessary burdens and costs that the Corps of Engineers were mandated to take and jeopardize progress on many projects in my district. Since its implementation, the Corps has been able to move forward with work they would not have been otherwise able to do. And I thank my colleagues for supporting that amendment. It's made a big difference. I very much appreciate my friend and colleague, Congressman Garrett Graves, for his leadership and assistance with getting that important amendment to the floor and added. Beyond the economic impacts of the work you're doing today, it's also important, I believe, to remember the health of these waterways as it's related to flood protection. 2 million people live in coastal Louisiana. As many of you know, we've experienced several devastating floods and hurricanes in recent years. Healthy and well-maintained waterways are an important resource in the flood mitigation arena. I'll leave you with this thought from my personal response to rescue and relief efforts after a recent hurricane brought tremendous rains and waters to South Louisiana and Texas. We were in Texas. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. We helped an elderly gentleman escape from his home. He told me, when he found out who I was, he said, "Congressman Higgins, I've been in my house since 1968. We've never flooded." He said that God's not dropping more rain on us. We just haven't maintained and managed our waterways to allow the water to get further south. So I very much appreciate you allowing me to speak to you today. Thank you for your consideration. God bless you for the work you do.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Higgins. And as we wait for more members to show up, we will call recess until 1 o'clock. That way we can line up new members as they come in. Thank you. And I'd like to thank you for coming and being witness to some of the testimony on WRDA. I would like to recognize Mr. Posey, gentleman from Florida, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, for the opportunity to submit proposals for the Water Resources Development Act of 2010. Today I have 2 proposals that I'll ask you to consider. I've submitted the request in writing already. I'll leave another copy at the desk, and so I'll make these remarks as brief as possible. I know that you'll appreciate that. The first proposal is about improving the delivery of civil work projects. In 2018, the committee supported my request to increase the effectiveness of Section 204 by allowing sponsors leading construction of civil works projects to request that the Corps provide technical assistance and reimbursements for their help. Today, I want to propose that we amend Section 204 of the WRDA 86 to improve reimbursement of the federal share. For example, in my own district, Port Canaveral is waiting for reimbursement for the federal share of a turning basin across Florida. Sponsors are waiting for reimbursement of hundreds of millions of dollars due to them. My proposal would permit sponsors under 204 to submit requests for reimbursement from the Secretary of the Army during the annual cycle for the President's budget. Such a request could be for the reimbursement of federal share of prospective work in a budget year or for reimbursement of amounts due from previously completed work. The second proposal, briefly, is centered on an estuary restoration and the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Act. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the congressional authorization of the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, or CERP. And thanks to the President and the Appropriations Committees, we're getting $200 million toward that work this year. When CERP was authorized in 2000, Congress included the Indian River Lagoon and the Caloosahatchee River estuaries within the greater Everglades ecosystem being restored. We've had some progress with the construction of the Indian River Lagoon South project under CERP, but many have seen in the news the chaos that the unnecessary flood control releases wreck on the ecology of the estuaries. So we look forward to the CERP reducing the releases from the Lake Okeechobee that so imperil these estuaries, but we also need additional help. We have the opportunity to further restore these estuaries within the context of the ongoing CERP. I'm here today both as co-chair of the Bipartisan Congressional Estuary Caucus and representative of the people of the Indian River Lagoon to ask that you authorize a study of potential future projects within CERP that will give some relief to our problems and also contribute to the CERP's goals. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'd be delighted to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and it's very much appreciated, Mr. Posey. Thank you very much. Now I would like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Fortenberry. You're on for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair Napolitano, for the opportunity to testify before you. It was about a year ago near where I live in Nebraska that we got hit by a 500-year flood event called a bomb cyclone. Rain on top of melting snow on top of ice caused a slurry of water and topsoil to rush down the Platte River into the Missouri River with such force that it blew out the levee on the Iowa side, creating a 60-foot-plus hole. The water was so forceful and so inundating, it went back upstream, up the Missouri River, and came over the top of the levee at Offutt Air Force Base, which is home to Strategic Command, covering a third of the base. Congress was very generous to our state in that we were able to unfold underneath the disaster package that was working itself through from some other events across the country. Plus, we were able to secure additional funding for the rebuilding of Offutt, for which I'm very grateful. This is related to my request today, and I would hope the committee would give it due consideration because it's an important fix that would actually help the federal government and help thus us locally. So if I could walk through some of the details with you, I would appreciate it. Earlier this month, I introduced H.R. 5868. We call it the Relief Act. And here's what it does. It makes sure that water infrastructure repairs in the wake of these types of disasters are both timely and cost-efficient. In Nebraska, we have what are called natural resource districts, 23 districts. These are local governing units that work to manage, conserve, and develop the state's resources, basically environmental projects, flood control projects, and recreational projects. If enacted, the Relief Act would capitalize these types of municipal entities, we call them natural resource districts, to swiftly make Corps of Engineers approved repairs. This is very important. They could swiftly make the Corps' approved repairs in order to free up federal resources for those areas of a disaster that actually require federal assistance. We want to do the work. We just want to have the capability to do it quickly. Quite simply, this approach would create efficient and common sense solutions that save both time and money for the Corps so that they and their non-federal government sponsors can better serve individual communities. The goal is to reduce the time between disaster and repair recovery. So this would benefit both the local sponsor and the federal government by ensuring that there are capabilities of making, again, Corps-approved repairs in an effective, efficient, and timely manner. If that authority had been in place during our flood event last year, these natural resource districts would have been able to mobilize and make temporary repairs to flood-related infrastructure in a matter of days in order to prevent further damages from another high water event. So permanent flood-induced infrastructure repairs, we could have made them in a matter of weeks. It's also important to emphasize the cost component since, again, local sponsors are often able to make these types of repairs for a lower price than the federal government itself. So, again, thank you for your time and consideration. I really appreciate this. I think this is an important bill, Madam Chair. Makes sense at a lot of levels. It helps the federal government implement what we've already designed with local partners when there are specific needs to get it done in a timely manner. So thank you very much for the consideration.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and I agree there are a lot of things that our country needs, and I hope that the administration pays attention to the needs of the whole state and the whole country.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you could help me, I think this would be a great bipartisan effort.
Thank you. I would like to recognize the next witness, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. I want to talk about the Savannah River Locking Dam to the committee, and I want to thank the committee for allowing me to provide this testimony and highlight water issues that are critical to the 12th Congressional District of Georgia, namely the issues we have experienced with the Corps of Engineers regarding the new Savannah Bluff Locking Dam that has been in place since 1930. Due to environmental mitigation from the Savannah Harbor Expansion Project, or SHIP, the Corps is responsible for constructing a mitigation feature that would allow sturgeon and other endangered fish to access their historic breeding grounds above the new Savannah Bluff Locking Dam near Augusta, Georgia. Dating back to the 1930s, the dam was originally authorized for navigation purposes, but after it was no longer used for commercial navigation. Many users draw from the pool that the locking dam has created. In times of heavy rain, it has been used to mitigate any flooding in the area like the rains we have been having over the past month or so. Right now, the Corps has not maintained the dam. 4 out of the 5 gates are wide open, and the river is the same level on both sides. In the 2016 WIN Act, the language required the fish passage structure to maintain the pool for navigation, water supply, and recreational activities as in existence on the date of enactment of this act. For either a repair of the lock wall of the new Savannah Bluff Locking Dam and modification of the structure or removal of the new Savannah Bluff Locking Dam on completion of construction of the fish passage structure. The Corps recently selected a rock weir as an alternative to replace the locking dam, a design that drops the pool level that our community desperately needs. I do not support this alternative and believe that the lowering of the pool does not meet the requirements of the WIN Act and is unacceptable. I have heard from a range of local stakeholders throughout this process that they all have concerns with the Corps' proposal, especially after a failed simulation in February of last year where the Corps simulated the water levels that will occur should this high fixed weir with a dry floodplain be constructed. The results were appalling, with boats and docks marooned and excess debris exposed throughout the river, and the Corps had to abandon the simulation due to instability in the river bank. Additionally, these simulated water levels were only a representation of average levels, not drought conditions. That's right, in drought conditions, the water level of the pool would be even lower. Local community leaders have agreed that maintaining the water level of the pool above the locking dam is critical so that our water users are not affected. The cities of Augusta and North Augusta, as well as Aiken County, have come together supporting resolutions that maintain the pool at or around its current level, approximately 114.5 feet. I'd like to underscore that the Corps is not in compliance with the WIN Act law by choosing this alternative that does not maintain the pool at 114.5 level, as it was in December of 2016 when the law was enacted. Additionally, an independent external peer review was conducted as required, which outlines many concerns and recommendations that I and other community leaders have highlighted throughout this process, including inconsistencies in cost analysis, lack of consideration of other alternatives that would not lower the pool, and lack of information on whether or not the leading alternatives would successfully pass fish overall. In fact, the report indicated that the full river width rock weir may kill the fish. I met with NOAA in my office, and they said they have no proof that this alternative would actually work to pass sturgeon, and that they have not yet tagged or videoed sturgeon using a similar rock weir at Cape Fear. We should not waste millions of taxpayer dollars and remove the lock and dam structure on an alternative that we are not sure will work. In fact, it will cost more to remove the current lock and dam than to fix it. Throughout this process, the Corps has been challenging to work with at every turn. The Corps was involved with the writing of the WIN Act language without my knowledge and has continually refused to give us a serious cost estimate for the cost to repair the lock and dam. Thank you again to the committee for holding this member day, and I look forward to continuing to work on this issue, and I yield back.
Much, Mr. Allen. I now recognize the next witness, the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Scherer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, for the opportunity to testify today. I want to particularly recognize my New Jersey colleagues on the committee, Representatives Payne, Cirrus, and Malinowski, for their work on this subcommittee and Representative Malinowski particularly for his work on this subcommittee to advance New Jersey's priorities. I'm here because flooding has plagued New Jersey for generations. One of the first things I did after taking office was to convene a roundtable with my local mayors to get up to speed on their challenges. They need the federal government to be a dependable partner to make sure all local, state, and federal officials and stakeholders are working together to mitigate this flood risk. Instead, the basic takeaway was their overwhelming frustration with federal inaction. These towns feel abandoned. They've had discussions for decades, but they deserve federal authorities that do more than talk. They deserve action. I know many of you feel the same way. It's our job in Congress to make the government work for the people that we represent. The Water Resources Development Act, or WRDA, which you will write, is a tremendous opportunity to make long overdue progress. And I urge you to consider a few key opportunities. The first is the Peckman River Flood Risk Management Project. The Peckman River Basin has frequently flooded, and for more than a generation, the towns of Little Falls and Woodland Park have faced these challenges largely on their own. The House authorized a study in 2000, and there was a favorable reconnaissance report in 2001, but then nothing. These communities have waited 20 years while the study has languished. Fortunately, thanks to the hard work of the Army Corps New York District staff, the Peckman River Basin Flood Risk Management Feasibility Study was released last October, and we expect a Chief's report this April. I urge the committee to consider that Chief's report and to provide authorization for the Peckman River project in the WRDA bill so that we can move this project forward. I also represent the historically flood-prone Passaic River Basin. Flooding along the Passaic has caused 11 federal disaster declarations since 1968. The Corps of Engineers estimates that when viewed over time, the average annual flood damage in the basin is over $160 million. Congress authorized a study in 1975, and then, after more than a decade, authorized a plan calling for a dual inlet diversion tunnel extending to Newark Bay. This plan was controversial, and there have been numerous concerns about its cost and environmental impact. The Army Corps and the state of New Jersey have gone back and forth since that time, and I respect that there are and have always been strong differences to resolve, but my communities are at risk. In fact, since Congress authorized the project in 1990, flooding from the Passaic River has caused over $3.5 billion in losses. We cannot afford to continue to argue without moving forward on action. This is so important to my district that I convened a second meeting last October of mayors, New Jersey Department of Environment officials, and the Army Corps staff from the New York district. There was broad consensus. We have to move forward, and the best place to start is to provide all necessary authority to bring those studies and plans up to date. I urge the committee to work with me to overcome any legislative barriers that stand in the way and to push the Corps to deliver. There are so many additional issues beyond these two projects. We need to do everything possible to improve resilience because we know that greater weather variability and rising sea levels are already a threat to critical infrastructure. We should also promote the use of natural, non-structural measures and improve the utilization of expertise from state and local officials. In fact, as the chairwoman of the Science, Space, and Technology Environment Subcommittee, I'm chairing a hearing later this afternoon examining flood maps. It is painfully clear that there is more we can do and must do to improve federal coordination so that we are listening and responding to local experts and community leaders on the ground. These communication breakdowns are costly. Better coordination will also ensure we utilize the best available science to more accurately assess flood risk and then communicate that information more effectively to communities and homeowners. Lastly, I encourage this committee to prioritize issues of equity. Pastor Sidney Williams, Jr. leads the Bethel AME Church in Morristown, and in 2001, when Tropical Storm Irene caused the Whippany River to surge beyond its banks, it filled the basement of the Bethel AME Church with 4 feet of water. Too often, the flood risks of low-lying and underserved communities go unaddressed, and their mitigation needs are never met. Many project ratings and determinations depend on economic assessments that favor richer neighborhoods and perpetuate an ongoing cycle of disinvestment. We can and we should revise non-federal cost shares and remove other barriers that disproportionately impact low-income, minority, and indigenous communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Sheriff, for your testimony. And I would like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. McCleaver, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to committee members. I'll try to keep this short and to the point. As I have a feeling that the ranking member on the committee, Sam Graves, understands this issue quite well. The Missouri River needs your help. Missouri River is the longest river system in North America, and as we have seen over the last decade, the lower end of that system is continually holding the short end of the stick. When the upper river experiences excess snow or rain and the reservoirs are full to capacity, the water is released upon Missouri, Kansas, Iowa, and Nebraska. When torrential rains occur in Iowa or northern Missouri, we have no reservoirs to keep the water from overflowing and flooding farms, roads, and towns. Most of the levees along the river in my state of Missouri are non-federal, either built locally or now maintained by local levee districts. The system is set up so that the portion of the river least able to deal with flood events bears the heaviest burden. This cannot continue. Last spring, Missouri had 2 major flood events, breaching 34 levees and overtopping 65 others. Missourians requested $93 million in aid after the flooding, and the levee repairs are estimated to be over $1 billion. Over 1.4 million acres of Missouri land were reported as prevented plant. My constituents are telling me that they are even more concerned about this year. With only 12 of the 70 levee rehab contracts underway as of February and another wet year predicted, I fear that we are not prepared for a potential 2020 flood season. The four stakeholders and the Corps of Engineers are working together on ideas for further flooding mitigation efforts. The Corps has proposed a new study to evaluate what can be done for the lower Missouri River, and I urge the committee to be open to some flexibility for this proposed study. With 4 states involved and hundreds of miles of river, this is not a typical 3x3 study. I hope the committee will be flexible with some of the typical parameters in this case. Though not always included in the House's WRDA bill, I also urge the committee to address the high cost of our stormwater infrastructure. In my district of Kansas City, the largest city in our state, which I served as mayor, is currently under a consent decree to spend $2.5 billion to separate stormwater and wastewater systems over 25 years. Because of this, the city utility has been forced to raise water rates to over $100 per household, which is unaffordable for most city residents. This is a critical issue for my constituents and for many communities around the country, and something that Congress can help to address. Thank you for your opportunity for me to speak here to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. Now I would like to recognize the next witness, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear, for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you for this opportunity to set the priorities for the WRDA Act of 2020. I'm here today to request that authorizations for studies be included for multiple areas along the Bay coastline and ocean coastline of San Mateo County. It's my understanding that local authorities and FEMA have identified 14 sites within San Mateo County that are vulnerable to severe flooding in the coming decades. The San Mateo County Sea Level Rise Vulnerability Assessment completed in March of 2018 found that in the event of a mid-level 2100 sea level rise scenario, property with an assessed value of $34 billion would be flooded on the bay shore and on the coast side north of Half Moon Bay. In addition, the vulnerability assessment found that $932 million in assessed property value could be at risk for erosion on the coast side north of Half Moon Bay. Nationally, the nonprofit Climate Central's 2014 study identified San Mateo County as the #1 county in California at risk for flooding due to climate change. Major employers in almost all wastewater treatment facilities sit along either the bay shore or the ocean's coastline. Recently, many homes and 2 large apartment buildings had to be condemned and destroyed because of the erosion that took place along the shoreline. This is why a comprehensive study of the county's 2 coasts, bay and ocean, in conjunction with studies of the coastlines of San Francisco and Marin counties, are recommended by the district's Corps office. I respectfully ask that the study of San Mateo County, as well as any requested for San Francisco and Marin, be included in this year's WRDA legislation. There are certain sites that merit additional attention from the Army Corps. First, the damaged seawall in Pacifica is estimated to cost $26 million to repair after a basic analysis, but a more detailed estimate awaits a thorough study. The levee at Redwood Shores is threatened with de-accreditation by FEMA and is likely to cost millions to upgrade. Finally, I want to call the committee's attention to the overall lack of federal funding for restoration efforts for the San Francisco Bay. Rising tides threaten to drown the bay's wetlands and will cause irreversible damage by 2030 unless we act. Restoration efforts also include protecting the bay from shoreline landfill pollution. Much of the shoreline in San Mateo County is built on landfill, including San Francisco International Airport. An example is the Oyster Point landfill in South San Francisco, which operated between 1959 and 1970, primarily for disposal of municipal solid waste. After it closed in 1970, many layers of soil and bay mud were used as cover with riprap along the bayside. As the soil naturally settles, coupled with the increasing threat of sea level rise and king tides, there is a high probability that these mitigation measures will eventually fail, allowing landfill and associated toxins to seep into the bay, contaminating our water and hurting our marine life. I would urge the committee to consider authorizing $100 million to the Environmental Protection Agency's San Francisco Geographic Program, which would provide crucial funding for habitat restoration, endangered species recovery, and adaptation to climate change. This approach is provided for in my Bill 1132, which passed the House by a voice vote on February 5th. I'm requesting the committee include H.R. 1132 in the final word, but with a higher annual authorization level at $100 million per year, equal to that of other estuaries like Puget Sound. We receive much less, and yet we have much greater population. It's been proven time and time again that we cannot address our environmental issues without federal funding. I thank you again for convening this hearing, and I urge you to please take action to help save San Francisco Bay.
Thank you, Ms. Spear. I'm familiar with that area in California. So San Mateo has been designated as the top area for the effects of climate change.
Ground zero for climate change in all of California.
Wow, okay. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to recognize our next witness, Mr. Gottheimer from the great state of New Jersey. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and Chairman DeFazio, and Ranking Member Graves, and Subcommittee Chairwoman Napolitano, and Subcommittee Ranking Member Westerman, and to the members of the committee, I greatly appreciate you hosting this important hearing and for having us here today. I appreciate you seeking input as you prepare a new Water Resource Development Act, and I'm here to sound the alarm about a threat to the health and safety of our families and kids, dangerously elevated lead levels in our drinking water. We know that exposure to lead can have a severe impact on our children, stunting development and causing learning disabilities, irreversible harm to brain development, the nervous system, and vital organs. Each child deserves to drink water that's free of lead, and every parent deserves to know if their child's school has lead in their pipes, sinks, or water fountains. However, lead water continues to be a pervasive problem in the schools across the country and in my district in North Jersey. Since 2012, nearly 2,000 water systems across the U.S. have found elevated lead levels in tap water samples, a significant public health concern. In schools, there's an additional danger of leaching lead from school water fountains, which children and teachers use daily. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, estimates testing across the country's roughly 90,000 public schools remains inconsistent, and the results are often unknown. In my district, I issued a comprehensive report which found that 12% of 85 school districts did not report the result of lead testing on their district website for parents to see. And of the 88% of school districts that did post lead testing results, 52 districts indicated at least one outlet within their system that had a problem with lead in their water. Simply put, that's unacceptable, and this problem will not fix itself. We must take immediate action to help schools and communities nationwide address this urgent issue. I was proud that last Congress, a key piece of my bipartisan legislation, the Lead-Free Schools Act, was enacted into law, creating a targeted pilot program using existing resources to improve drinking water infrastructure in schools nationwide. Additionally, I called on officials in my home state of New Jersey to create a central, easy-to-access database that schools report into every year with lead water results for parents to find easily. This online portal, which has already launched, will ensure that parents have access to critical information about the safety of drinking water in their children's schools. As we move forward with the new Water Resources Development Act, I call on you to include much-needed resources for communities in New Jersey and across America to identify and remove lead pipes in their water infrastructure. Just as we focus on safe drinking water for our families and kids, we must also focus on ensuring bodies of water utilized for recreation and tourism are safe as well. It's essential that we take immediate steps to help communities address harmful algae blooms, or HABs. Last year, HABs broke out in bodies of water all across the country, including at Greenwood Lake in my district. It's the second largest lake in the state. HABs cause millions of dollars in lost revenue for small businesses that rely on lake ecotourism and pose a severe health hazard to visitors and wildlife and our water supply. In New Jersey, this toxic algae disaster was caused by a perfect storm of warmer than usual temperatures combined with rain and phosphorus runoff from mountains, roadways, and fertilizers. Given the impact of change in our climate, these higher temperatures are likely not a one-off occurrence, but now just part of every day. Just like with our environmental emergencies, we need to act. It will take a comprehensive strategy working together, a true local, state, and federal partnership. This is not a partisan issue. I was proud to work with Democrats and Republicans to claw back needed resources to affected lakes in my district. Today, I'm calling on this committee to help our pristine, world-class lakes combat HABs by authorizing funding to more deeply study the causes and invest in effective solutions. Many lake communities, including Greenwood Lake, are strapped for cash and would greatly benefit from additional federal investment to prevent further environmental disasters caused by HABs. And we deserve more dollars back in Jersey because we already pay far too much in federal taxes. We should cut our taxes and claw more dollars back to the state, especially for moocher states, which take far more than they put in. So I just want to thank you for holding this important hearing and allowing me to discuss these critically important issues facing our families, small businesses, and communities. I'm confident that if we work together, we can bring clean drinking water to every community and school and stop harmful algae blooms for good. I look forward to continuing to work with you on these important issues. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gottheimer, for that
you.
passionate ending there. Let me just say that I think I understand what toxic algae blooms are more than anybody else. I didn't realize that you were dealing with that in New Jersey as well, so that we'll take that into account.
Thank you so much. It's a significant issue. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Now I'd like to recognize our next witness, Mr. Gomez from the great state of California. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. I want to thank Chairman DeFazio and Chairwoman Napolitano for allowing me to participate in this discussion. Since before I was elected, I was a champion for the restoration and revitalization of the Los Angeles River. It has been one of my top priorities. And yes, there is a river in Los Angeles. It's 51 miles long with millions of people that live within 1 mile of that river. Like most Angelinos, I believe that it is more than just a vestige of our city's past. It's a symbol of our future and boundless potential that still awaits. The revitalization of the river is a big undertaking with the power to bring our entire city and region together. But a project of this magnitude demands an all-hands-on-deck approach. So I want to thank the City of Los Angeles and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for moving forward with an ambitious restoration plan for the Los Angeles River and ensuring that the Los Angeles River gets the federal funds it needs for its revitalization and restoration efforts. But as someone who represents one of the most park-poor districts in the country, it is important to ensure that any river restoration project takes into account the needs of low-income individuals and communities of color. Environmental equity is about ensuring that all communities have a voice in the restoration of the river and that everyone can benefit and enjoy the river once it is completed. The restoration of the LA River is a large undertaking, and we need to ensure that the river gets the resources it needs so the LA River can be enjoyed by all my constituents and generations to come. I also want to be clear that this is not just a handout. The project that I'm talking about is called, it's the Arbor Plan, which takes place between the 134 and downtown LA. That is $1 billion project. The city of LA is gonna match what the federal government is putting in. Additionally, when I was in the state legislature, we passed a water bond that would devote more resources for stormwater capture, revitalization of the LA River. So this is not a handout, it is a hand up when it comes to the restoration of this river. But it's gonna take time. You know, it was channelized quickly. The impacts have been felt for generations, but we're gonna turn the clock on it. So I support language that ensures that the P3 pilot program provides the flexibility needed to ensure that we give our community a place to reconnect with nature, celebrate our diverse communities, and learn about our city's history. So once again, I thank you for your time, and I thank you, this committee, for hopefully including this important issue in the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Do you have an approximate timeline of how long it would take to restore the river?
The Army Corps has started on the engineering phase of the river, but they're doing it in components. This is just an 11-mile stretch of the entire 51 miles, and it is in a location of the river where it's a soft bottom portion. So they channelized the river because they used to flood in this region back in the 30s and 40s, and people would lose their lives. So they channelized the river. This part would always break up the concrete. And I always said that this river, you know, when you try to take on nature, nature often fights back. And this is what happened in this area. But it's now we don't see it as a ditch. We don't see it as a drag racing stretch like you saw in Greece. This is a potential to actually have a real river in Los Angeles. And even the steps that we've taken so far, people can go kayaking in the river in my district between Memorial Day and Labor Day. You can go kayaking if you ever want to come and visit.
I need to go see that.
And you can also, people fish and get
There's fish in the LA River?
Steelhead trout.
All right.
So most people don't know that. But the project itself, the design phase will take about 2 to 3 years. And then the project after that, about 5 to 10 years.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you so much for allowing me to testify before you today. I want to thank the other committee members also, and I'm honored to highlight some of the needs facing Virginia as you consider the upcoming Water Resources Development Package. Water infrastructure is vital to moving goods throughout the country, from products we all use in our everyday lives to crops and goods we produce domestically and send abroad. And I hope that this committee in the House upholds its duty to authorize locally driven water infrastructure improvement projects, many of which you have heard about today. I'd also like to thank the Army Corps of Engineers as they work hard to manage more than 1,500 water resource projects, with many of them in Virginia. The Army Corps of Engineers is critical to our state, from the Norfolk Harbor Channeling Deepening Project to the Elizabeth River Southern Branch Navigation Improvements projects and waterway restorations. The Army Corps of Engineers are involved in many public works projects in Virginia. As a proud representative of the Commonwealth of Virginia, home to the Port of Virginia, one of the largest and busiest ports on the eastern seaboard, advancing the Port of Virginia's work to improve and expand its operations is critical. The port manages cargo that is shipped to all 48 contiguous states. The Port of Virginia is a national gateway for commerce, supporting businesses across the country. Moreover, in Virginia's 1st District, 334 businesses utilize the services of the Port of Virginia. As a catalyst for commerce, the port is attracting growth, fostering development, and creating jobs. On the state level, cargo moving through the port supports more than 530,000 jobs statewide and generates in excess of $90 billion in annual economic impact for Virginia. Increased shipping traffic and larger vessels are straining the port's current capacity. As larger vessels continue to call on the Port of Virginia, increasing the depth of the channels at the port is becoming progressively important. By deepening to 55 feet, the port is positioned to allow larger ships visiting the port to arrive and depart fully loaded, and will make for safer and more timely passage through these channels. Additionally, one-way traffic has led to interruptions in the operations of vessels at Naval Station Norfolk, presenting possible national security concerns. Widening to 1,400 feet will make way for safe and efficient two-way passage between larger commercial vessels and other operators in the harbor and channels, including the United States Navy. I'd like to take this time to highlight some WRDA priorities the subcommittee should look at while deliberating about provisions in the bill. Full HMT funding solution. I want to seek permanent solution to the full use of annual HMT revenues. The port industry has reached an agreement on an approach to mandatory full use of annual HMT revenues, tax collections, and interest on the trust fund surplus. 4 legislative proposals are full use of the HMT fund, expanded use for donor and energy transfer ports, regional funding floors, and emerging harbors funding. The dedicated use of HMT revenues for harbor maintenance, as well as energy transfer provisions, will have direct benefits to the Port of Virginia. Unlocking the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund is key to ensuring we're not just adding to the $100 billion backlog of projects at the Corps of Engineers, but are actually using existing funds to make real improvements in our nation's ports. Benefit to cost ratio for locally preferred plan, better known as BCR and LPP. To calculate a navigation's project's benefit to cost ratio based on the National Economic Development Plan, benefits regardless of whether it is a locally preferred plan, as the sponsor pays 100% of the additional cost between the NED and the locally preferred plan. This prevents a locally preferred plan from reducing the project's benefit to cost ratio, which is used in the project authorization report in new construction start decisions. The benefit to cost ratio calculation for local preferred plans may be applicable for Norfolk Harbor depending on how the widening is constructed. Prioritizing funding for shallow draft navigation projects. Federal funding for historically shallow draft projects provided by the Army Corps of Engineers have been a challenge for small and rural localities. However, current budget metrics are not providing sufficient funding at levels to sustain maintenance dredging of low-use navigation channels throughout the United States. It would benefit rural localities who rely on routine maintenance dredging of such low-use channels to supply their economies, to prioritize funding for shallow draft, low-use navigation projects. These things are incredibly important to waterside communities and the economies that go with these locally based, water-based communities. I want to thank the chairwoman, the ranking member, and members of this committee for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to working with the committee, the Corps of Engineers, and Virginians as we move forward to implementing WRDA 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Whitman. And now I'd like to recognize our next witness, Mr. Johnson from the great state of Louisiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank all the members of the subcommittee for the opportunity to testify about important matters to the people of Louisiana's 4th District in this year's WRDA bill. As the committee begins its work, I respectfully ask that you keep in mind 2 priorities in particular. The first is a parochial issue relating to a levee segment of the Red River in my district, and the second is a programmatic request that will increase efficiency within the Corps of Engineers. First, I respectfully ask that the committee incorporate approximately 1.5 miles of levee in Shreveport, Louisiana, into the Red River below Denison Dam project. This stretch of levee was constructed in the early 1960s, and it has always been operated and maintained by the Caddo Parish Levee District. It provides flood protection for nearly 30,000 residents and 200,000 acres of agricultural land. The levee has proven to be resilient, and it performed well during the historic Red River flood that occurred in June 2015. It's also been accredited by FEMA, and the levee was included in last year's Corps of Engineers report to Congress on future water resources development. I believe it warrants inclusion into the Red River below Denison Dam project, and I respectfully ask that you incorporate this levee segment into this year's WRDA bill. Next, I'd like to draw your attention to legislation that I've introduced, reauthorizing Section 1043 of the 2014 WRDA bill. As you may know, Section 1043 created 2 pilot programs to give greater local control over Corps of Engineers projects. Specifically, these pilot programs allow the Corps to transfer appropriations to non-federal sponsors to conduct feasibility studies and project construction. Unfortunately, Section 1043 expired due to a technicality, but my legislation would provide a clean reauthorization for the pilot programs for FY21 and through FY25. In his testimony before this subcommittee last month, Assistant Secretary R.D. James pointed out that local control over project delivery will, quote, help accelerate projects and create efficiencies, unquote. Allowing greater non-federal involvement gets projects out of the day-to-day bureaucracy of the Corps, and this decentralized process allows stakeholders to identify and implement lower-cost alternatives in the planning and construction phase. Furthermore, if decisions need to be made in the middle of a construction project, non-federal stakeholders are better equipped than the Corps of Engineers to come to a timely resolution. Section 1043 can be a useful tool as this committee seeks out ways to address the regretful $98 billion backlog for Corps of Engineer projects. I'd like to respectfully urge the committee to include these priorities in this year's WRDA bill, and I want to thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. I yield back.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
And now we will recognize the next witness, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano. I look forward to highlighting water infrastructure priorities for my constituents in El Paso, Texas, as the committee considers a reauthorization of the Water Resources Development Act. El Paso is a vibrant community in the Chihuahuan Desert, situated in the westernmost part of Texas. We are fortunate to have the Franklin Mountains in the heart of our city. However, when we receive large amounts of rain, stormwater runoff from the mountains routinely floods parts of our community. Flash floods are not uncommon during the storm season, and water speeds can reach up to 20 feet per second. In 2006, our community received a record amount of rain that caused over $315 million in damages to homes and businesses. Since then, El Paso Water, our local water utility, has taken on several projects to improve our stormwater system and update flood controls. Excuse me. The utility developed a stormwater master plan containing these projects, many of which received funds through WRDA. Within the first 3 years of this plan, more than 50% of our city's flood risk was addressed or reduced. It is my hope that we can continue to build on that progress with the upcoming WRDA reauthorization by including project modifications El Paso Water has proposed to the Army Corps of Engineers under Section 7001 of WRDA. In addition to addressing our stormwater systems, El Paso Water has taken great strides to think ahead when it comes to wastewater. El Paso Water treats an average of 55 million gallons of wastewater per day for over 220,000 El Pasoans. El Paso Water has over 2,300 miles of wastewater lines carrying wastewater to treatment plants across the country. These treatment plants then send close to 6 million gallons of reclaimed water per day to irrigate crops and landscapes. Additionally, El Paso Water maintains a diverse water portfolio because we live in a desert environment. This portfolio has become even more important as we face the existential threat of the climate crisis. The Rio Grande, which can typically supply as much as half of our city's water needs, has seen its water level drop as temperatures have risen. One solution El Paso Water has pioneered has been treating our wastewater to drinking water standards. This water is then used to recharge the Hueco Bolson aquifer to replenish our water supply. WRDA funds have been critical to my community's ability to bolster our wastewater infrastructure, and continued funding will allow us to expand services to different parts of the community. As El Paso County is an eligible community under Section 219 of the WRDA reauthorization of 2007, El Paso Water has enjoyed a strong partnership with the Corps of Engineers as the non-federal project sponsor for these projects carried out under WRDA. They have collaborated on major projects to address our stormwater and wastewater needs. One of the projects that has completed the design phase and will begin construction soon as a result of this partnership is the Boone Siphon Wastewater Line. This project will replace siphon infrastructure dating back to the 1950s. It has been crumbling due to age, but is slated to successfully direct wastewater from Fort Bliss, the Defense Department's second largest military installation, and the surrounding areas to a nearby treatment plant. One of the projects slated to begin construction in 2022 would improve the stormwater infrastructure of the Palisades, which is located in west central El Paso. The area's steep terrain causes significant flash flooding for the properties downstream. The improvements proposed in this project would minimize flooding in this area, which includes the University of Texas at El Paso. Another major project is repairing the Keystone Dam. This dam was constructed in the 1980s by the Corps of Engineers and is primarily used for stormwater runoff. However, there is evidence of seepage near the downstream embankment, and an analysis has recommended stabilizing the slope. As time has passed, it is now apparent that our community requires more investment in our stormwater and wastewater infrastructure. To address this, El Paso Water is seeking modifications to the underlying Section 219 authorization for El Paso County. The modifications involving stormwater infrastructure include the conduit lining of the Keystone Dam and the construction of a new pump station that will outfall into the Rio Grande. These projects are vital to protecting El Pasoans' businesses, transportation corridors, and Fort Bliss. El Paso Water has also requested funding to upgrade a major component of our wastewater treatment infrastructure, the Haskell Street wastewater plant. This treatment plant is critical to our agricultural sector as it provides irrigation water to farmers in the lower valley. It is also the sole treatment plant for the wastewater produced by Fort Bliss. However, it is also the oldest wastewater facility in El Paso, having been built in 1923, and is in need of major rehabilitation to ensure it can continue to provide essential services across the region as well as Fort Bliss. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I look forward to collaborating with the committee to ensure a successful WRDA reauthorization.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Escobar. And I'd like to recognize the next witness, the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Saxony, for 5 minutes. If you can keep on the fight, bless you, because we want to shut it too.
Very good. Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, Ranking Member Westerman, and members of the subcommittee. Thanks for the opportunity to let me testify here today. As many of you may know, in the spring of 2019, my district in the southwest corner of Iowa suffered historic flooding on the Missouri River, resulting in towns like Hamburg and Pacific Junction to be completely inundated by as much as 15 feet of water. Communities were absolutely devastated, homes were destroyed, farms were flooded, and businesses had to close. Unfortunately, severe flooding is nothing new to Iowans. 9 years ago, in 2011, record snowfall caused water levels to rise, overflowing dams and breaching levees all along the Missouri River. Hamburg, a town I just mentioned, a small town of 1,100 folks near the Missouri River, was facing ruin as the waters continued to rise, nearing the peak of their levee. However, the spirit and work ethic of Iowans was in full force as communities came together and worked with the Army Corps through pouring rain to construct a temporary extension of the levee, and they raised the height enough to hold back the water. Well, this temporary heightened levee saved the town and would be needed for continued protection of Hamburg. However, the Army Corps said it didn't meet the proper specifications required in a permanent levee and gave residents two choices: either tear down the extension, which would cost the city about $1.3 million, or pay $5.6 million to make it permanent. Well, a $5.6 million bill for a town the size of 1,100 people works out to be just over $5,000 per person. But the residents of Hamburg, in their spirit, didn't give up. And just like when the river was rising, they came together and they tried literally every possible option to raise enough money to make the levee permanent, including a fundraising campaign on YouTube, a viral music video called Save Our Levee. However, that massive price tag was just too much for the town to come up with and on their own, and they were forced to literally tear down their 2011 levee height that was tall enough to protect the town. Now, flash forward to just last year. Hamburg was hit with some of the worst flooding it's ever seen. Their levee wasn't at the 2011 height because they weren't able to do that. It wasn't tall enough to protect them this time. And I'm going to tell you, tearing down a levee that saved people and replacing it with one that didn't has got to be one of the biggest wastes of taxpayer dollars I've ever heard of. This challenge, the challenges that Hamburg have faced are unacceptable, and so I'm testifying today to get things changed for my constituents in Southwest Iowa and, of course, for communities across the country that may experience something similar. I ask the subcommittee to consider including my bipartisan and bicameral legislation, the Levee Act, in the Water Resources Development Act of 2020. The Levee Act would give the Army Corps new authority to evaluate whether temporary flood control structures should be converted into a permanent structure. A community would petition the Corps to make a determination, and if the Corps finds the levee is necessary, the legislation would allow the Corps to act quickly by granting pre-authorization for planning and design projects less than $25 million. The legislation would provide 100% cost share for communities with less than 10,000 residents or ones at risk of repeated flooding. You know, no community should have to go through the difficulties that Hamburg faced simply to protect themselves from severe flooding. And I've heard from constituents who literally fled their homes with no shoes on their feet. Many of them had finally just gotten over and recovered and rebuilt from the 2011 flood, only to lose it all again last year. And now we're waiting to see how that river is going to rise again in this spring. So I hope the subcommittee will include the legislation in the reauthorization to prevent this situation from happening to any other community. I also quickly want to highlight an issue that the city of Des Moines is having with a levee that provides critical protection for the city. So I'm talking about one of the smallest towns in Iowa, Hamburg, and then our biggest city, Des Moines. They have the Birdland Levee, which protects the city from flooding on the Des Moines River, but it breached in the floods of 2008, flooding nearby neighborhoods in the community. The levee had just been repaired, but in 2018, city officials identified a problem of underseepage. Well, the Corps has recognized this issue and reported that 2/3 of the levee was deficiently designed and in need of repair, and we can't continue to throw good money after bad. So what's happening here is that they want to repair the levee to almost the cheapest alternative. But I've got to say, smart investments in flood prevention, like what Hamburg needed, will save our taxpayers more money in the long run. So the integrity of this levee is crucial to protect Des Moines, and I'll be submitting language to provide funding for these repairs and ask that the subcommittee request that in the reauthorization as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'd like to recognize our next witness, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Olson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, and all the subcommittee members. And thank you for the time to talk about WRDA today. I represent Texas 22, southwestern suburbs of Houston, Texas. We have many monikers, many names. We're called the energy capital of the entire world, Space City, USA, and the biggest city to be straight in the heart of Hurricane Alley. It's not a matter of if, but when the next hurricane will hit my home. And that's a fact of life on the Gulf Coast. Because of these examples of what's happened in the past, we suffered the worst natural disaster in our country's history, the Galveston hurricane of 1900. 12,000 Texans killed with no chance to survive. We had Carla hit us in 1961, the strongest hurricane ever to develop in the Gulf of Mexico. Alicia, 1983, flooded out the Texas Medical Center. Hurricane Ike in 2008 with a rebound effect for storm surge through the Galveston Bay. And in 2017, we all know Hurricane Harvey hit us not once, but twice. Because of these facts, local leaders throughout Texas 22 wake up each morning looking for new, innovative ways to provide needed safety to our region. And elected officials like us work to ensure the federal government is using resources wisely so communities that are prepared when disaster strikes. As we all know, our Corps of Engineers is tasked with building most of our levees and our protection systems, our dams. And they have a tremendous backlog right now, approaching $100 billion. There's a way we can help that out and get these projects going quicker by utilizing Section 1043. That gives non-federal entities, local cities, the authorization to construct Army Corps projects. The Corps granted Section 1043 authorization for the Clear Creek Flood Risk Management Project in my district. That project was 50 years in the making. That was the first time ever that such an authorization was provided for a complete project. This allows Harris County, the flood control district, the non-federal sponsor, to move quickly to construct the Clear Creek project, the first, again, authorized 5 decades ago to provide flood protection for thousands of people living in harm's way right now. However, this process required a very rushed timeframe because Congress failed to authorize 1043 during the 2018 WRDA bill. The program expired on June 11th of 2019. This required the Harris County Flood Control District to move quickly because they had sole responsibility to make this project happen as quickly as possible. They cut a lot of corners before the shot clock hit zero. And that's why I asked that Section 1043A and 1043B of the 2014 WRDA be reinstated. Every community that wishes to pursue such authorization should have the chance to do so. Authorizing current projects funded through disaster supplementals is helpful, and Congress should keep making those moves. Finally, I want to talk about lessons learned from Hurricane Harvey, which hit my home state first time August 25th of 2017, a second time 2 days later. It became the costliest storm in our history, with damages coming around $190 billion. According to our local paper, the Houston Chronicle, Texas had led the nation in flood-related deaths for the last 50 years. And we did great work in Congress for Hurricane Harvey, came together quickly and got them record levels of money in a very short time to help these communities recover as quickly as possible. But we're disappointed once again by restrictions in federal law that allows this money to be used to rebuild flooded structures, but not to prevent future flooding. I'll yield my other comments for the committee, and thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much. The votes have been called, so if the next witnesses would limit to 2 minutes, we'll get through it. But thank you, Mr. Olson. And my next witness will be Mr. McLeod, the gentleman from Texas. 5 minutes, for 2 minutes if you can.
I will do my best to keep this short. Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, Ranking Member Massey. Thank you for being here today. I represent the 27th District of Texas, which is home to 6 of Texas's 19 ports. When it comes to maritime concerns, Texas, of course, handles 20% of all tonnage in the nation. So the upcoming Water Resources and Development Act is critical not only for our coastal district, but all the economies that are tied to the Texas coast. And there's a few issues I wanted to bring up that concern Texans back home. The first issue I wanted to discuss is with our Matagorda Ship Channel. which exports petrochemicals, oil, gas, and agricultural products in and out of the Matagorda Bay. The Army Corps of Engineers first dredged the channel to its current depth of 38 feet in 1966. However, the way the channel was constructed causes dangerous currents and erosion to the jetties underneath. The Corps Galveston office has identified that this is the result of the Corps' pre-engineering construction and design. According to the Corps, the Matagorda Ship Channel is probably one of the small few infrastructure projects that has serious defects made by the Corps. Should the Calhoun Port Authority begin construction to correct the Corps design, current law treats the construction project, however, as a new project and requires the Port Authority to share the cost with the federal government, even though the problem was due to an error in the Corps' design. When it comes to poor construction made by the Corps in pre-construction engineering and design, the private sponsor should not have to pay to correct the federal government's mistake. With that in mind, I ask you to consider including a provision that specifies that design deficiencies created by the Corps must be fully financed by the federal government. Second, I have two major projects in my district that need authorization in this water bill. I only have 15 seconds left, so I will have to submit a lot of this to you in writing. But I appreciate you being here, and thank you for your time.
We will take it into account to the record. Thank you for that. Are there any questions relevant to the witness? No. Thank you. I would like to recognize the next witness from the gentleman in Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez, for 2 minutes. Now, votes have been called. We've got 12 minutes to make it to the floor. So if you can keep it 2 minutes, we might make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about a project that is important to Northeast Ohio. The City of New Franklin has been working to fix issues arising from water runoff and drinking water infrastructure in the Nimisila Reservoir and Portage Lakes. These bodies of water are considered traditionally navigable waters of the United States, according to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and fall within the Army Corps Improvement Plan for the Upper Tuscarawas River watershed. The Portage Lakes were constructed in the mid-1850s to serve as a source of water for the Ohio and Erie Canal system. The Nimisila was constructed in the late 1930s to help maintain water levels throughout the Portage Lake system and provide manufacturing industries access to water. Since the entire region sits adjacent to the Continental Divide between Lake Erie Basin and the Ohio River system, water flows are dependent on man-made infrastructure rather than natural patterns. Some of the water infrastructure in the area dates back to mid-19th century designs and is now facing significant deterioration. The City of New Franklin, which encompasses much of the Portage Lakes region, has been working since 2011 to find a solution for issues related to stormwater runoff and flooding along the city's Main Street corridor. This has been challenging because the storm drainage system installed in the 30s when Nimisila was constructed appears to have reached the end of its useful life. As a result of these issues, the cities of New Franklin and Greene have seen flooding along the Main Street corridor on an almost annual basis, sometimes resulting in the closure of the roadway for several days. During particularly heavy flooding in 2011 and 2019, the cities were forced to pump water off the roadway at a significant cost to their budgets. The City of New Franklin has consulted engineers to work on the issue and now believes it is necessary to replace 1.25 miles of storm sewer from East Canton Road to West Nimisila Road and upgrade the stored sewer from 36 inches to 42 inches to handle the flow. I am requesting the committee's consideration of authorizing funding for this project in the upcoming water bill. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your consideration. Perfect timing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. Much appreciated. Next witness, are there any questions for the witness? No, none. Next witness would recognize Mr. O'Halloran from Arizona for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just want to say that I would like to begin by thanking General Seminati and Colonel Barta for prioritizing the Rio de Flag project in this year's work plan. I would like to highlight the need for the Corps to keep working with rural communities to reduce the threats they face from catastrophic flooding. It is Arizona, but we do have a lot of flooding, and a lot of that flooding takes a lot of lives because of the speed of these floods. They come down from the mountains. It might not even be raining in the town, but that town gets devastated by the quickness of those floods. In Navajo County has been working with the Army Corps on a little Colorado River levee project above the city of Winslow and the 10,000 people who live there, many of whom were forcibly relocated by the federal government from tribal nations. Similarly, the Southern Transcontinental Line of the BNSF Railroad runs just below the levee. A major flood could disrupt rail activity between the ports of Southern California and the eastern coast. Such a disruption would slow or stop billions of dollars of economic activity across the country and take a long time to get it back because of the location. The committee, I would work with the committee to ensure that these projects are considered in ways that measure their contribution to the entire nation. And just quickly on water, the Southwest is going to continue to need more water projects, and they're going to be in the process. We have cities that are growing like Phoenix at 300 people per day, and it's going on across the entire state. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Now, there are no questions from either side. I'd like to recognize the next witness, the final witness, Ms. Shalala from Florida, for 2 minutes.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my district is defined by the waters that shape our South Florida economy and way of life, the Everglades, the shores of Miami Beach, Biscayne Bay, Port Miami, Government Cut, and the Miami River, to name a few. WRDA legislation has remained indispensable in efforts to protect, maintain, and strengthen my district's tourism and trade economies, and in developing resiliency to climate change and sea level rise. As you develop the next Water Resources Development Act, I urge your consideration of projects that will advance South Florida's environmental and economic needs, as well as our national priorities like restoring America's Everglades. For decades, unfettered development in South and Central Florida severely damaged the fragile ecosystem. In 2000, I worked with Secretary Babbitt to pass the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. It's a plan for restoring the natural southward flow of water, restoring habitat for native wildlife, and protecting the drinking water for millions of South Florida residents. We've made incredible progress, and I'm proud that this Congress has appropriated robust funding to continue these efforts. I encourage this committee to continue to prioritize Everglades restoration in this WRDA bill, and in particular, emphasize the importance of rehydration of the coastal wetlands in southeast Miami-Dade County. The Everglades is the largest remaining subtropical wilderness in the United States. It is a national treasure that deserves national attention. As climate change and sea level rise continue to threaten our coastal communities, these needs are only more urgent. Since 1950, the sea level in South Florida has risen 8 inches, and it's only speeding up. By 2000, I'm sorry, should I continue?
Yes,
Okay.
Wrap it up, please.
Okay. Well, why don't I submit this for the record, Madam Chair? But it's a full report on our needs in South Florida.
Wonderful.
That include our environmental needs. But I thank the committee for your consideration of this very special part of the world.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, and we'll include it in the record. Thank to all the members of the testimony. Comments have been very helpful, insightful, and very eye-opening. I ask unanimous consent that the record of today's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may be submitted to them in writing. And unanimous consent that the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments and information submitted by the members of Congress to be included in the record of today's hearing. And without objections are ordered. I'd like to thank all our witnesses again for testimony. If no other members have anything to add, and I'm the only one here, committee stands adjourned.